Hello, everybody. Welcome to Starlost Seas. I'm Cryolane. I am your DM, and this is a reduced party. Look at them.
But I'm still blue.
He is still blue. There's so few of them. How long has it been since we had so few people on screen? Ages, eons, decades.
30 episodes.
Maybe. It has. It's been a long time.
We literally talked about it before we started recording.
Yeah. So, don't worry, everyone. I mean, Pulse is on his hiatus, and Ian couldn't be with us today. So we're just we talked, and he was like, "Oh yeah, run it with 4." So we're running it with 4.
Ian is no longer with us.
Oh my God! Stop, dude. Why do you do that joke every time someone's not on screen?
He has passed
Get a
away.
new bit. Get a new bit.
Ian went to
They
Detroit.
went to go get some milk. They went to go get milk and eggs. They'll be back. They promised.
He's in
Last
Tahiti.
time on Starlost Seas, we had a pretty relaxed session. Everybody settled down in Lord Drinas' guest home, which was sizable. It had a very nice sitting area, had a very good, nice kitchen, and it had its own little bathroom / bathhouse where everyone could unwind and soak, and they had servants bringing them food and wine and cheese, brie specifically, because I mentioned it once and it just became a thing the entire rest
Sponsor
of the
us.
Yes, brie cheese. Sponsor us, please. Lotus and Hush proceeded to play pranks on Doc and Eggold, which was fantastic. Lorelei rested on the couch while Dolus went off to get Alina from the ship so that she could join them in relaxing, as she had been working very hard for the last few weeks, and he thought she deserved it. Also, he loves her. And so they had a nice little conversation about family and how they felt about things as they walked back. And then they joined in on the pranking between Doc and Eggold. Twink just went to bed. The rest of the group, everybody took their time in the bath. Alina flexed her nobility upraising by getting some very specific wines and having good conversation. Then eventually everybody sort of went to bed, but not before Hush revealed to the rest of the party that he has gills with the aid of Dolus. No one knew how to react because I don't know. How do you react to
Gills!
that? Yeah, that's cool, buddy. I'm glad. See, I don't know how you react to that. Doc took some time, rested in the room. He so happened to pick out a room with a portrait of Iceholm, and he learned from a servant that portrait was retrieved from Iceholm, which Lord Drinas has been to before. He's one of the few people alive in the world who has ever been to Iceholm and come back. Then, essentially, everybody went to bed, except for Dolus and Alina, who stayed and rested a little bit longer in the bathtubs, had a bit of a chit-chat, before Dolus eventually asked if Alina hated him. She said no, because, I mean, obviously she doesn't. And he finally revealed his feelings. I say finally, as if it hasn't been like 2 weeks. She, rather than reciprocating out loud with words, told him to close his eyes and gave him a kiss and the option for the two of them to spend some more private time together in the bathhouse, or for them to separate and go to bed. He chose the former. We faded to black, and the next morning everybody woke up to have very extravagant breakfast provided by the staff, who had swapped out the sitting area for a dining area. Meanwhile, in the night, Twink had gotten a dream vision from Arlashna, who wanted to check in on everybody, and who wanted to ask Twink specifically if he could keep an eye out at the coronation for Halafina, an elf from the Westwood, who was part of the small friend group with Petrie and Socrates. For those who don't remember, she was mentioned a very long time ago by Sox, but has sort of fallen to the wayside for obvious reasons. Twink agreed to keep a good eye out for her and was even shown an illusion of her. Everybody had a very, very nice hero's feast of a breakfast, getting 5 temp HP. And Lord Drinas stepped in holding a shotgun. Talked about how it's the best time to go hunting, right after having a good breakfast. That's where we dropped off. So we are actually going to pick up about half an hour later, after everybody has had all of their food. We're going to pick up at the coronation in about a week. Don't ask what happened in the last 4 days.
You Hush is no longer with us.
Pick up a context clue.
Just cover your camera. Just cover.
I have no object permanence. Crow is dead to me.
Excellent. So we're gonna pick up about 30 minutes later. Everybody's had time to let food sort of settle and get themselves totally kitted out for their day. Lord Drinas further had explained that he totally did, like, he meant hunting. He's not hunting you. You are not the greatest game. He has weapons for everybody if they would like to join him for a morning hunt. And they have captured a number of creatures that they're going to release in the orchards that you guys are going to be able to hunt. Each of you, he mentioned, can be assigned a hound. And it's a pretty sizable area, so you guys can have a good little morning hunt. Yes.
To cue over to Lotus.
Do you think if I ask really nicely that I could bring my own thing to hunt with? Not you. Go away.
That's your hound.
No!
There's just a dog actively chewing on Hush's leg at this moment.
Do you think I could ask for a different dog? I think this one's defective.
It's stupid.
Broken.
Do you think he'll let me bring my own thing to hunt with?
Maybe if you ask very, very nicely.
Could you be there when I ask?
Of course, yeah.
It's like when you go ask your mom if you can go stay the night. She's like, no, come with me. She'll say yes if you're with me.
Cryo, by weapons will be provided to us, what do you mean?
I mean, he didn't clarify.
Okay.
But
Let's go to the Lord.
He's just told you to get in your best hunting gear and to get some stretching in.
Can we go find the Lord?
Yeah, go right ahead. You guys
Cool.
just walk out of the guest house. It is a lovely day. It is cold out, to no one's surprise, but it is nice and sunny. So the warmth from the sunlight sort of hits your bones, makes you feel a bit better about the temperature. And there are people moving around. This is the first time you guys have really gotten to see this place, while it's at its peak in the morning and everything's going on. Lord Drinas is off to the sides. All of this estate, the housing itself, is sort of raised on a small hill, and the orchards spread out beneath it. So when you're looking out over the land of the estate, you can see the tops of all of the trees just below you, basically, stretching out into the distance. And so Lord Drinas is there with a bunch of people. You guys do hear the barking of dogs as you step out and approach Lord Drinas, and sort of you look. There are kennels that have been brought out. Yes, Doc.
I don't know how much experience Doc has with dogs. Were there dogs in Ice Home?
No.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
You've definitely encountered dogs since you've left Ice Home, though. So you know what a doggy is.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of how much experience did they're just in passing for him.
Just
mostly.
seeing people. You know how when you're out and about and you see people with their dogs, that's your experience with dogs. It's
Alright, cool.
Imagine if that was your only life experience with dogs.
All right, cool.
So the kids are out there right now. Drinas and another furbolg woman who you guys recognize as Lavernius, his wife. are
Connected
talking, and he has a
Drinas.
bunch of attendants, including 2 attendants who just have like these big black like cases that they're standing next to. You guys can just walk up. No one's stopping.
I connect to Drinas. Yeah.
Lord Drinas.
Well, hello.
Hi.
What can I do for you two?
Ask him.
Can I, instead of using one of the pups, can I bring my own thing to hunt with?
Your own thing? Like you have your own tracking dog?
Mm-mm.
What do you have?
A frog.
A frog.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a little.
No,
oh,
he's big.
A big frog.
He's a big frog. And he was there, and he helped us get the lady back. He's
How
really good.
big a frog are we talking?
How big is he?
He's like 6.5 feet tall. He's a big frog.
How big is Lord Drinas?
Oh, Lord Drinas? Lord Drinas is about 6 feet tall.
Just like a little bit, like the littlest bit taller than you.
Oh, taller than a frog. Taller.
Are
I'm
we all here?
sorry.
Sorry,
Not
I'm so sorry to
to
interrupt.
no, the 2 kids were the only ones who said they were
Okay,
coming
never-
out
never
to talk to
mind.
him. So.
Continue.
All right. Yeah. So he's just like, I'm sorry to put a damper on things for you, and while I appreciate the help that your frog friend provided, I do worry that having such a large amphibious creature wandering the grounds would not only startle some of my staff, but also make hunting damn near impossible for anyone who has a dog.
But he could stay by me and Lotus.
Well, no, what I'm saying is the dogs will try and attack your frog,
Oh.
because he is a strange creature on the property, which is what we are hunting. So they're not familiar with him, so they would hunt him out.
Maybe another time.
So
then?
even if we could keep the dogs from attacking your frog, it would make the dogs all fucking worthless for hunting. I'm sorry, pardon my language. Make the dogs all worthless for hunting, because they would just, be distracted by your very large frog.
It's okay. We've been around pirates, so
Well, she has. Could he walk? No, he said they would distract. Okay.
maybe next time. Hush.
If you want to, if you're concerned about having your friend out and around, then after the hunt, I don't see any problem with it. Show him the grounds. I don't remember seeing a giant frog when y'all came by before. Was he just on your ship?
No, Twink said he wasn't allowed on it.
How does he stay around with you? Man?
Which just went weird. Well, the ground like opens up and then he comes out of it.
Oh, you summon him like magically.
I think. Probably.
Like
He just like appears and then he comes out and then
I
he's
just
just
thought
there.
you meant you had a friend who happened to look like a big frog. All right. Well, we'll talk about it afterwards. We'll work something out.
Okay.
Mhm.
Don't
Thank you.
worry.
Thank you.
As you guys are like turning back, Lorelai angled coming out.
Hi. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Shirley.
It's not on my back anymore. It's not even there.
What do you mean on your back?
Yeah, you think no one ever told me the entire night? That's a pretty good one.
Did you pinch
We're
Doc?
good hunting.
No, I was eating cheese and then avoiding people calling me Shirley, so I didn't run into Doc.
Are you guys coming with us to hunt?
Lorelai's like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm not gonna miss that.
Yeah.
By the way, Twink got a lovely message from our. She like looks at Drinas, make sure he's not paying attention. Our kingly friend. So he is off to meet up with them. So he'll keep us updated.
Okay. Is he going with anybody? Will he be safe?
He insisted he would be fine and that he had it all worked out. And to not worry.
I see.
And
Oh, it is
Lorelai, quit crowding me. I'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
That sounds like him. I'm sure he's fine. He's super smart. He knows everything. Most things.
He's also probably going back to the ship and taking people from there, which I wish he had just said to me explicitly, but Hunting then.
Hunting.
They
Are
won't let
you-
me bring my frog.
I mean, it makes sense he wouldn't let you. You're not going hunting. You're a kid.
Am I not allowed to hunt?
Wait, are we not going?
What is he? I mean,
Back to Lord Drinas. Am I allowed to hunt? I was assuming that I was allowed to go hunting.
I
figured the kids
would stay and just have food
No,
have long
no.
No,
we
no,
wanna
I want to go
go.
hunting.
He looks at Lorelai and she's just like,
I want to go hunting.
We helped save.
We killed somebody.
looks at Lorelai with a sort of shocked look on her face. She's like, no, they're lethal.
I can blow up things with my mind.
Do you both know how to use a rifle?
I know how to use Kyle.
We're hunting with rifles. So no Kyle.
Can I throw these?
No, we're hunting with rifles. I just said it out loud to you.
Can I see what it looks like?
Mhm.
Turns back to the case that the attendants have. One of the attendants lifts it up and they flick the latches up. He pulls out this really nice long mahogany musket with steel and silver adornments.
I skip on over and I inspect it to see how similar it is to Kyle.
So I'm looking it up and down.
So Kyle is very unique in the world of Starloss, as it's one of the very few cartridge-loaded weapons that exist. It also loads through a side breach, on the side. This is a musket, so as far as similar to Kyle goes, it has a barrel and it has a trigger, and otherwise none of the mechanism is familiar to you.
Does it look a lot like... Because I remember when we were in Shade Step, I was looking through books.
Yeah, so you've seen books of muskets before, so you know what it is, and you know it's a gun, and you understand the basic concept of okay, aim and pull and shoot.
Point and shoot.
You don't know how you would reload this or load it. Beyond the fact that you know it's a gun and you can point and shoot, you're I have no fucking clue what's going on with this thing.
Is it like a crossbow?
Yeah.
Hush, I will say, you have definitely seen lots of soldiers in Fort Dawn with muskets.
Yeah, you point with this
So,
end, and then you
They
shoot.
are super new to you and a weird thing, but you understand the concept of oh, it's basically like a crossbow on steroids.
Just says the dreams. I've seen people use these. I think. Can I use it like a crossbow? Is that? I know how to use a crossbow really well. To Drinas.
Oh, to Drinas? I thought you were still
Yeah.
talking to Lotus.
No, yeah, no, it's to Drinas.
How about this? I have the attendants take you to a side for a bit while we get prepped, do some test shooting, and if both of you are on your best behavior and handle them respectfully, have you along with the hunt, as long as you're both with an adult.
Okay.
Look at Dulles.
Yeah, let's get the list.
Alright. He just calls over an attendant, and they nod to you, and they take the case, and they gesture for you to come along to
Let's go.
area to shoot to the side. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, I say the rest of the group, the other two of you, what are the two of you doing?
Hey, what are we up to,
I mean-
Dulles?
I'm Dulles either uses magic or summons his weaponry and stuff out of thin air. So he doesn't have much prep to do. He just like puts on his cloak, puts his hands in his pockets, like I'm ready.
All right. Well.
All right. So
I guess this.
Doc
Yeah.
set up and joins you.
Yep. I was gonna say I also use magic or summon my weaponry, so.
It was also time for you guys to finish eating and like put your
Yeah.
plates away and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I'll do that. I'll finish.
did that.
I'll eat. I'll
Yeah,
actually
so that's
sit
all.
down
That's all
and
settled.
for the first
Alright.
time in like months, Dolus actually sits down and eats until he's full.
Oh my
and then lets
god!
the food settle. And he's just like, oh, it's like he has this moment of like after finishing like all the food, he just like leans back and is just staring at the ceiling, just like, wow, that was good. Just like the post food clarity.
I have never had like half of that stuff, but oh, it was so good.
Oh, the same. I haven't been well fed in months.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, like, here's the thing. I don't get hungry when I'm not here. But also, I see food, and I go, man, I want food. And I don't exist, Dolus.
Well, can't you just have Hickory eat it for you? Would it not, like... Because you share a body, so how would that work?
We share a point in time.
Oh, okay. So if Hickory eats something, you don't also taste it?
Not really, no.
Oh. Have you tried eating while you don't exist?
How?
Just sort of... I don't know... reach for it.
Dolus, I don't have hands when I'm not here.
What are you? Are you just...
I
a
just
vapor?
am.
You just are, but you're not.
Pretty much. It's a terrifying state of existence.
Oh.
Or non-existence. I don't know what goes on in the other side.
Yeah, no, that sounds horrible. But at least you got to eat this breakfast.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah, it was
Hickory.
delicious. Anyway, let's go get some, like, what are we hunting? I mean,
don't
also, doesn't it seem kind of cheap to you? Like, just like a couple of days ago, you know, we were like hunting wolves, and now they just like, they already caught these things, and now they're just letting them loose for us to like kick around.
Hunt for sport.
Yeah. The fuck is the
I
deal with
didn't-
that?
I suppose it's the disparity of wealth. Some people have the resources and the time to hunt for sport, and some people just need things to be hunted.
I guess the thing that really just blows me away is the fact that they caught the things. These things have already been hunted, and now
No,
we're
they've
just
been
hunting
captured.
them again.
They've been captured. They've not been hunted.
Just because you hunt doesn't mean you kill. I'm a bounty hunter. I don't kill most of my targets.
Well, I'm an animal hunter, and I kill all my targets.
Fair enough. My point is, they already caught him, which means they already could have killed him, and so now this feels fucked up. I'm still gonna do it.
You guys step outside, and
Yeah,
it's the
they
same,
just kind of chatter as
Yeah.
we're walking.
the same thing with the dogs and Drinas. However, every like 40 seconds as you're making this walk over to Drinas, so only like 2 rounds get off, you hear the sound of musket fire on like the other side of the house.
What's that? Those guns. Is it Kyle?
No, they sound too small to be Kyle.
Kyle Kachunk.
Yeah.
Chunk.
Lord Drinas.
Ah, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
You
What's
two,
the sound?
that's the two youngins wanted to tag along on the hunt, but as we're using rifles and they didn't seem to have much experience with them, they're, doing some test firing to see if they're up for it.
Right.
What? Wait, we're using rifles.
Yes. And he like turns to the attendant, who again opens a case and shows you guys like the lines of muskets.
I'm
Do
assuming
we have to use rifles?
I ask that you please use rifles.
Where is this rifle practice range?
You think you need a minute?
Yeah, just a little bit, just to reaccustom myself.
Show him the way. Another attendant comes around. It's like, please, sir, after me.
Thank you.
cryo before
Dolus
I
also has only used crossbows.
before I go firing off on an assumption here. I grew up in a city of artificers.
Oh, yeah, but they didn't have guns down there.
No guns? Alright.
Bro, you live in a tube. Imagine the crime rate if you had Glocks.
That's fair. I just kind of figured we'd have muskets.
You essentially live in one big skyscraper. Imagine if everybody had a gun.
Hey man, there weren't no guns. He has a big gun wound in his chest.
You know, that is a great point.
I'm just saying, the only people who had guns were the knights. And no, don't look at me like that. They were not a regular thing. You did not have a gun.
Did I have one? It was just like, do I know the basics of how to use
I mean, you know
one?
what a gun is and the general function of one. You've been shot several times.
Yes.
But
I've never used one. Even for
you
training.
don't have any kind of proficiency with firearms, no.
I don't expect to have proficiency, just basic knowledge of how to use it, like, generally, at least the stance.
You've seen other people use them, and so, like, you... much like with Lotus, you understand the concept of, like, okay, point, shoot, and then I have to reload. You don't know how to reload, or if there's anything else you have to, like, look out for.
Fair enough, okay. Doc, after watching Dolus get taken away, just a little bit of kind of like, I could do this, kind of shows up in his mind, and he's just like, what, do they work different here?
Guns?
Yeah, I mean, the reload mechanisms or anything like that, you know, like, I'm from Ice Home, so, and things are real different here.
You're from Ice Home?
Yeah.
Ooh.
24
I've
years.
been from Ice Home in long time, not since I've been there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since I left too, but you know, still got, and he kind of like taps on the, pauldron? The shoulder piece?
If it's your shoulder, then yeah.
Yeah. Taps on the pauldron that's got like the knight's insignia on it.
Woo! Would you look at that? Genuine Ice Home Defense Force fella up in here.
Right, my dad was captain for probably 30 years.
Oh, well, never got to meet him in that case. I went to Ice Home, gosh, 60, 70 years ago. Long time now.
Wow.
Glad to know it's still there, working. Lovely place. Kind of a shit show to get to, or get away from.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Took me almost a damn near month to get out of those wastes.
It was just my sister and I when we left. So that was...
You encounter any of those ice worms?
Did I?
No.
No, actually, we were lucky enough to not.
Ate half of my travel party.
Oh.
That was on the way in.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, no, I was the only one who came back.
Oh.
Well, a few of them decided to just stay there and, you know, live there.
It's a nice place.
But yeah, I understand why people don't like to leave. I don't get me wrong, I considered it. Stayed there for, gosh, damn near 9 months, 10 months. Good time. Lived, checked it out. I almost convinced me to stay, but more of the world I wanted to see. You know,
That's part of the reason I'm here.
Is it? All right.
Yeah, you grow up in a hole in the ground, and well, I guess you could say when the opportunity comes to go out and explore a little bit, you take it.
Fair enough. I had a companion who went down along there. He was human, so you probably old as shit by now. Maybe you know the family name. Dairy Rye.
You're testing my notes here. Oh shit. No, I don't know that name. We're good.
Yes, you do.
I do? Where is it?
Conventions. Remember how your fucking names work.
Oh, that's right. Rye. No, I mean, I guess generally, no, I know their daughter.
Derry had a daughter?
Yeah, Elsie.
He convinced a woman to marry him.
I guess so.
Iceholm is full of fucking miracle workers. All right, fantastic. That old bastard alive?
Yeah. I mean, at least the last I saw him.
Whew. Maybe I'll have to go back down and pay a visit. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. That sounds like hell.
Yeah, I mean... But...
So what, you came out to see the big, brighter world. I guess you and I have something similar in common then, deciding to leave Iceholm. Doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, you know, extenuating circumstances. Sometimes you really want to go.
So,
Sometimes it's a little bit of the kick in the butt, too.
oh, folks kick you out. How do you
Yeah.
get kicked out of Iceholm? I thought nothing real bad happened around there.
Yeah, sometimes bad luck happens, and,
Now, forgive me, son, but you aren't some sort of criminal who got kicked out of your home into the desert wastes, did you?
no, not...
Because if you were, I would like to at least know while you're on my property.
No, when I was part of the guard, there were some robots that we had built. They were prototypes, and they had gotten stolen by some bandits out in the wastes. And I broke rank in order to try and stop them. And Iceholm has a pretty firm policy of, you know, don't cause trouble, and
So you went AWOL, which is a crime, and got kicked out because of it. Because you're a criminal who broke a law, which is a crime, which is exactly what I just asked if you were.
I guess so, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not going to kick you out. Frankly, as far as crimes go, AWOL, especially AWOL to like fight, I think is bullshit. But I'd rather know. And also you should, know that that's as far as the outside world goes, that's definitely what you did, so you might want to tell people that in certain capacities.
Right.
Just putting it out there.
Right. I appreciate it.
So you ever use one of these and like picks up the musket and just like cocks back the little charging thing, pops in a little like firing pad and gets it all set up?
Doc is mentally noting exactly what he did, and he's like, yeah, once or twice. I was mostly a swordsman, and he kind of summons the hour up.
Whoa, hey, whoa. Warn a fella.
No, I apologize. Sorry. We had a lot of Eldritch Knights in the guard, so swords just kind of appearing were kind of normal.
Another thing you should know is not normal out here.
Okay. Well, this is just really just making these impressions.
Don't worry. You're young. You'll figure it out. I had several hundred years of mistakes before I settled down. Here, he just hands you a musket. Get that set. You take it. Make a roll for me.
What roll? Just a
It
roll?
explodes.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Oh, Docky boy, come on. You got a +1 to your intelligence. Hang in there. Where's my D20? Found it. That's a 14.
Okay. You're like, all right, don't point the barrel at anybody. Don't like da-da-da-da-da. Keep your finger off the trigger because that'll shoot. But you have gotten so used to seeing like how Lotus moves Kyle around and has a gun. You, again in your brain, and you also saw Fairmont with this shotgun, both of which are cartridge weapons. You tilt the barrel down to keep from pointing it at anybody, and just the wad and the ball just roll out of the barrel of the musket. He just turns back, kind of sees it like fall on the ground with a little bit of powder, and just kind of like looks at you and just reaches down and just tilts the musket end all the way up, and he's like, show him around to the practice shoot. Meanwhile, at the practice range, Lotus, Hush, you each have a musket. You can add a musket to your inventory temporarily.
Sweet. Give Hush a gun. Give Hush a gun.
I did. I literally just gave you a gun.
Thank you for the gun. Thank you for the gun.
Musket, sweet.
You both have musket.
I got a musket.
You have been given a briefing on how to reload muskets, which, for anybody at home who knows how to reload muskets, you know this. It's a pain in the ass. So when you fire this thing, you because of the magic of D&D, you only have to take like one turn to reload it, but in real life it takes like upwards of a minute to reload a musket sometimes.
Would Lotus still find it a pain in the ass? Even though, like, Kyle takes like 6 rounds to reload.
Lotus would still find it a pain in the ass, just because it's a lot more mechanically like annoying than Kyle.
You can find both of them to be a pain in the ass as well. Like it's not like you do one thing that's a pain in the ass and suddenly this other thing that's a pain in the ass is no longer a pain in the ass.
It makes things more manageable.
I can
Sure.
apply sneak attack to this musket.
I would love.
Also, Kyle's mostly a pain in the ass for balancing reasons.
That's fair.
In real life, it probably wouldn't be as pain of an ass to reload as a musket by any means. But yeah, so you guys have been given a brief on like how to reload muskets because you don't really have a proficiency with them. It would probably take you longer to reload. I'd probably make you do rolls to reload in a good amount of time. Yeah, especially also, I was about to say, Hush, perfect time on your mimicry there. This musket's taller than you. Like, it is like Lotus height, not including a little bit of the tip of the barrel. And so you are like having to pull it down and do all of the stuff at awkward angle.
At a point, the musket is just like floating upward, like it's being tipped by an invisible mage hand that's tipping it up at the end, so he can just be like, okay.
Just doing it all with your hands. Fair enough. So yeah, so Dolus, you come around to the two of them attempting to reload some muskets that they have recently fired. Lotus is doing a much better job about it than Hush is.
Just quietly walk up with like my hands in my pockets.
The attendant who brought you to the other attendant like nods at the one who's like helping them. Like, oh, and hands you a musket. It's just like,
Hello.
if you'd like to join them on the firing line, I can give you a rundown.
Please.
Actually, would one of you two like to try and explain to him how to reload? Maybe that'll help get it stuck in your heads a bit better.
Not it.
All right, I'll handle it. Don't you worry. Just,
I learned something, Cryo.
I would like all three of you
Okay.
to roll intelligence check.
Oh, epic.
Cryo.
Yeah.
As I clicked on the musket. A musket is 10 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I can hold it with a mage hand.
Mage hand can hold a musket. Yes.
This is a good roll. It's not
Muskets
a
are
good
also
roll.
two-handed.
It can drag it.
It's just holding it
goated
to
roll.
reload. It's not shooting
That's
it.
fair.
Goated roll. That's a dirty 20.
Goaded roll.
I have a
Oh,
plus
goaded
one.
roll.
I rolled a 19.
What's
All right,
what's
Lotus, what you got?
I have a -1, but it's a 17.
Hey, so for a total of 16 or 17 total?
17 total.
Okay, and Hush 3. Awesome. So you guys, Dolus, you're told how to reload this musket, like the full, like, all right, clear, and then ramrod, and then powder. Like you get the whole process run through, and you're like, it's like a checklist in your brain. You're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's super easy.
Right.
Lotus, a lot of the like technical terms sort of fall off of your brain, but at the end of the day, you're like, right, powder, ball, stick, paper, boom, got it. I can do that. Easy. Hush, you are currently fumbling trying to reload while you were like with what you were told before, and you're hearing it again, and your brain is now overlapping things, and you definitely like double or maybe even triple load this musket without realizing. Like you're definitely like, did I put a ball in? Okay, here's the bullet. Here's the did I
internal
put a bullet in?
whistling?
Here's the link.
I got this. I got this.
So there are targets set up at the end of like a 40-foot distance. So if each of you want to make an attack roll, Hush, make yours with disadvantage.
Okay. Fucking all right. Shit.
Make a ranged attack? You said?
Yeah.
So at our dex.
Yeah, you can add your dex.
Cool.
Shit.
I rolled a
Okay.
16 total.
16, all right. Lotus,
I rolled a 19 total.
okay. And Hush, 20,
Nine.
24,
19.
19,
No,
okay.
it's funny. I rolled a 15 and then a natural 20.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I took that away from you with disadvantage.
That is so. Well, I wouldn't have gotten it anyway, so because it was the second roll.
So all of you hit your little targets. However, Hush, with your like multiple packings and everything, as you fire, you number one hits the target, and then one of the other like packed balls definitely just like flies into the back and smashes into a tree. And also with the extra force, you were completely knocked unconscious.
Oh,
You were just boom. Ah!
He stays there for like a
Are you
good
okay?
solid 30 seconds.
are you
I
okay,
hit-
Steven?
I hit the tree I was aiming for.
Yeah, good job. I'll walk over and help Hush get
I
up.
wasn't aiming for the tree.
Oh. I mean, you got it.
I got it.
If we were actually in combat and the tree was another person that we were fighting, you would have
I would've hit-
totally killed him.
I would hit both of them.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's called extra credit.
I think that's called a double load, and I'm gonna sit aside with this young gentleman and go over reloading again one more time, like the attendant. It's like, so Lotus, Dolus, with your rolls, you continue making shots for another minute or two, but doing pretty good. You're both doing pretty good. And then
try
Doc
again?
is led around the corner by an attendant with a musket in his hands, and Doc, you are told to join them on the firing line. Doc, as you were given the reload spiel, make an intelligence check.
Oh, dirty 20.
Okay. Now that you given the play-by-play of it, a lot like with Dolus, you're just like, okay, it's just a checklist. It's just like, I just have to make sure I put this in and this in and this in and punch it all down, and I'm good. You can make an attack without disadvantage.
Cool.
Just a regular attack.
Can I summon Aldrich and have him help? I don't have dex, dude.
I mean, if you want to, you can.
Yeah, so Doc's like lining up the shot, and he like closes one eye, and he realizes he doesn't use range ever. So he's like, better eyes, better shot, Aldrich.
He's like, Aldrich, and then just immediately on your shoulder, just. This is quite a bit different than the lovely bath we were having the last time I was out. Hello.
Hi. Did Dad ever shoot
Oh my
guns when he
gun!
had
Like
you?
he like hops on your shoulder, where it's like 2 inches from him, and he's just like, oh.
It's just like, Dad ever use a gun with you?
Yeah, Lord. He like reaches his little foot out and like grabs the barrel and just adjusts it up like a millimeter. Just like, yes, quite a lot better than you did, I would say.
Fair enough. Everything else look right?
Nothing about this looks right. Take your shot, Master Dockery.
All right, I'm gonna take the shot. Does this count as Aldrich
Take
health?
the shot.
Can I
it
get
counts
it?
now.
Let's
You can have
go!
advantage.
Thank God that was a 3 and the other one was a 19!
You hit. Alright. Yes, Lotus, were you raising your hand? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, so you've all managed to hit your targets. Hush gets another rundown.
Do you want me to make another check?
Yeah, let's make another check.
Can I have advantage because it's the second time this has been
Third
explained
time.
to me?
No.
Second time.
You didn't get it the first time. Why would you get advantage for it being explained again?
What'd you roll?
Natural 20.
Oh, yo, let's go.
Natural 20.
Third time's the charm.
Yes, third time is
I
properly.
go. She just tells me
They
it. My
explain you.
brain
They
activates.
explain you the process, the like 1, 2, 3, and you realize you were doing 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 1, and you were like, oh,
Two to
okay,
the
that
left,
makes
to the
so
one,
much
to the
more
three.
sense.
Oh, I was holding the gun upside down.
No, you were like you loaded it with like all of the powder and paper, and then 2 balls, and then more powder, and then more paper, and then another ball. Like you just loaded this in just a haphazard, wrong manner. And now you have been taught to properly load the musket.
Just like a fucking champ has a mage hand come and hold it. Like, done.
And so the adult with you, the servant, is just sort of like, I think we're all ready. Shall we join the Lord?
Let's do it to it.
All right, you all spend about 10 to 15 minutes practicing with the muskets. And so I will say, you all, for the sake of this hunt, as long as you have no other sort of negatives imposed on you, and you can take a full moment to collect yourselves, you can roll as though you had proficiency with a musket.
Cool. So does that adds proficiency to the attack roll, not the damage roll?
Yeah,
Okay.
just the attack roll.
Cool.
So you're more likely to hit with these muskets because you have taken time to practice with them. You come around the corner, and Lord Drinas is still there, still chatting with his wife, and waves to you both as you come up. Well, what do you think? And the attendant just nods and is just like, they're ready as they're going to be, and like walks over and gets their little case set up. It's like, all right, sounds good enough to me. Everybody, probably best off picking a partner now. I, of course, have my lovely better half, and your admiral has her better half. Oh God, no. And Ankle's like, okay, you could have stopped at like the first. You didn't have to keep going.
I just put a hand on Lotus's head.
All right, feels like partners were picked out pretty adeptly there.
Just kind of offers a fist bump out to Hush.
You threw me in the water.
you put a sign on my back. We're even.
He's not even holding his musket. His musket's like floating right next to him.
He just kind of scrambles Hush's hair, and he's like, he's like a little brother to me.
Got it. So make sure there's not someone around for you to shoot him.
No.
Out of
Lord
John.
Drinas,
Okay,
what are
can
we
you
hunting?
can you go with those two?
Lord Drinas, what are we hunting?
Ooh, that's a great thing. We are hunting. I have it right here. We're hunting Parabao.
Hunting what?
Parabao?
You guys have never heard of Parabao?
Parabao?
What is that?
Bit of a pest around the harbor. Comes up every now and then. They're amphibious. Another reason why we didn't want your little frog fellow around.
That's why we couldn't have the frog.
That makes sense.
They're an offshoot of basilisks. Don't worry. Don't worry. Can't turn nobody to stone. Definitely can't kill nobody. Well, I mean, they could. If they're a bit of a pest when there's groups of them. They're about the size of a wolf, 6 legs, sort of big frog mouth.
I was about to say, if they can turn you to stone, I don't want to go through that experience again.
Oh. That is a good story for the barbecue. Let's talk about that. But for now,
Oh, okay. I have
So,
many stories.
terrible. You will, especially if you know what a fucking basilisk looks like, you'll be able to spot Parabol right away. So there are 6 of them out there in the orchard, as it were. They're all gonna be released as soon as we give the go ahead. They were given some trouble for fishermen, may or may not have gotten the jump off of somebody and taken an arm or a leg, and so we hunted them and caught them, and then rather than just kill them outright, we brought them here for a bit of sport. Make pretty good eat.
Is that what we're
Alright.
barbecuing?
Softness of fish, but with a bit of like sort of a tangy beef flavor. It's really good. Oh yeah, no, we kill them and we barbecue them. That's the plan.
All right.
Yes, Lotus.
So because we're using rifles, does that mean we're not allowed to go like up and close in? No.
We're trying to use the rifles for the sake of, well, it's sort of like a sport. It's kind of like a game. So the challenge is killing them with a rifle. If we just killed them if I just killed them normally, I'd just go kill them with a sword. It'd be way easier than a rifle. But this is like a challenge. So
No magic at all?
no magic, no weapons. I mean, I'm not gonna yell at you or give you a stern talking to if you decide to use something else. Don't get me wrong, but for the spirit of it, I ask that you use your rifles.
Is,
Okay.
my familiar okay? Assuming that I don't use them offensively?
I mean, no more than having another pair of eyes with you.
All right.
My friend.
Unless, of course, he's better with a gun than you are.
Apparently he is. Right, Aldrich?
Yes, indeed.
Which would be the first time he's heard Aldrich talk.
yeah, that's right. I just, he talks.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He didn't say familiar.
Do these parables, do they have like a weak point, a weakness that we should know about?
Their backs are tough, so it's hard to shoot them from behind. Bullet might just glance right off. If you can get them in the mouth, they have a very big mouth. It's usually the best target. Also, they typically sort of turn and screech at you, so that's the best time to get them.
All right.
If you can manage to catch them right as they're opening their mouth wide to shout, you might just get it right back into the head and clean.
Dolus, this kind of reminds me of when we lived in the forest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, hunting.
Yes.
It's basically what we're doing, except we're not doing it to survive.
They are ambush and charge predators, so sort of like a I don't know, a wild boar, maybe. If you're familiar with that. The
Very
hide in the
familiar.
You have no
underbrush in the
idea.
mud. Oh, all right. Well,
We
looks
once
like
killed
we're all
like 70 of them.
oh, good God.
Hey, how likely are they to group up?
Well, we have them all separated right now, so they probably won't have enough time to find and gather properly once I give the go ahead to let them out of their cages.
Alrighty then.
No, most likely they'll go for the first source of water they're near, and since it's an orchard, there are channels up and down the whole thing, so they'll probably just find a mud puddle and hang out until someone comes nearby.
Well, what happened to the ones that don't get hunted?
Oh no, they're all getting hunted.
None of them are gonna survive?
No.
Do we only get
We
to
don't-
kill one?
You can just kill them as soon as you come across them.
Dallas.
Yeah. Okay, I know.
Everybody's attendant will have a flare gun, and if everybody's hunted a fair amount, will fire off and know that everybody's got themselves some parabol.
All right. Sounds good.
I got magic around the sides of the estate, make sure nothing gets out, without, at the very least, my knowledge. And frankly, this far away from the water, if one of them gets out, they won't prove much of a problem to anybody nearby.
Right.
They're most dangerous in sort of semi-shallows.
Gotcha.
They're also
shooting.
pretty much only dangerous when they get a dozen or so of them together. They don't pose any real threat to anybody who's got any kind of weapon, usually. Unless
Awesome.
there's a group of them and they get the jump on you.
All right. Well, let's go hunting.
All right. Everybody, get all set. And he goes over and they like line up on like the edge of this hill. They're like little starting places. Each of your pairs has an attendant with them. I said the names earlier, but I think you guys were all talking. So the birds, you have a gentleman named Artyom.
Artyom.
Mm-hmm. And the boys, the birds and the boys. The boys, you have Ajay.
Oh, Jay.
Yeah, Ajay.
Do they have the dog?
There is a kennel that you're getting set up next to your little starting
Okay.
position.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. So both of your attendants kneel down and they like fiddle with this little kennel. There are dogs. There are shepherd dogs.
What are these for?
They'll help you find your parabol faster. It's a pretty big estate. We don't all have wings, so.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that's true. We could have just flown upwards.
No, let's not. For the sake of the sport.
Okay,
Do we
okay,
get to-
okay.
Do we get to keep the musket?
No.
Oh,
Appreciate you asking, but no. The muskets and the dogs and the attendants are not leaving with you.
I'm
Hush,
just
hush.
gonna take the attention.
We can't keep Ajay!
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll teach
No,
you
you
how
didn't
to
have to
use
be
Kyle
polite. That
later.
was a joke.
Of course, sir.
I'll teach you how to
Oh,
summon
man.
frogs later.
Very funny, sir.
Doc's just like, this feels so unearned.
Because it's not actually funny. Sir.
Okay.
All right. Yep. They all blow a little whistle, and the dogs all stop barking like at the same time. And then you hear another like whistle out in the distance, and then another and another like way far out. And it's like, all right. And each of the attendants lifts up the gate, and the dogs just boom out like they shoot off down this hill sprinting. And yeah, Lotus goes, Lorelai and Eggold go.
Run.
Lord Drinas and his wife go. So Dolus, Doc, you guys watched everyone just immediately boom, like out after the dogs. Lotus immediately catching up to and surpassing the dog and having to slow down.
I'm double dashing.
I mean, yeah, I'll run too.
Yeah. Doc, like, as Dolus and Doc are left behind, Doc just looks over at Dolus and goes, and just starts.
There's like a
running.
moment. Everyone starts off, and Doc and Dolus like look at each other. And Doc looks out again, and then when he looks back, Dolus has gone. Like has started off, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" The boys,
The boys.
Go.
the boys.
Great show.
I would like one of you to make a survival check, because despite Hush double dashing, he can't consistently double dash without getting like tired. So you're actually, I'll give you the choice, Hush. Either make a con save for double dashing to keep up with the dog and not get winded, or
fast can the
make a
dog move?
survival for.
How fast can the dog move?
Well, the dog
don't
is
make me ask him.
the dog is sprinting and trained for hunting, and what I'm saying is if you keep dashing, you will get tired.
I'll make a con save.
I'm like you're not like a marathon runner.
Y'all.
So while I'm sure you can be as fast or faster than the dog, you cannot be that fast for several minutes.
That's fair. 17.
17. Okay, you succeed. So you managed to keep up with the dog, like definitely well enough that Doc, who's then following behind, can keep up with you, and you're sort of like a long daisy chain out into the woods. The birds, no offense to you, Hush, with flying and with being Aarakocra that can fly for fucking ever, can keep up with their dog just fine without rolling any kind of way.
I'll take
So
offense to that. How dare you?
sorry. Grow wings. You got this.
I can.
I am
Grow
also-
wings that last for more than a minute. You got this.
Damn it.
I'll also point out my float speed is faster than my walking speed. And also, I'm just pointing out, even if I get tired, I just float. Like, if I ever get winded from just fucking double dash flapping, I just continue on,
Okay.
glide.
So, you all separate. This is a very large estate. This is definitely you're looking at 60 to 100 acres. This place is big. There are parts that are vineyards and parts that are kind of open land, and then there's the orchards that you're in. And as you're going through in the distance, every now and then you can see one of the other groups. Let's see who's gonna get there first. This is the die I want. The boys. Hush. The dog ahead of you kind of starts slowing down. So you do eventually manage to catch up to this dog. You're breathing a little heavy because it's been 2 minutes of running. You're like, okay. You're looking around and this dog is in just full stance. Make a perception check.
Sure. Not at 20. 50 plus 5.
On that 20? Okay. Say whatever you're gonna say first. I apologize.
Oh, I just came back to Doc because I'd imagine he's catching up and just he sees something.
Okay.
Hush, with that roll, you follow the direction the dog is looking and sniffing in. And sure enough, as you guys have all been going through this orchard, between every 2 rows, it does have a small channel cut in it. Maybe only 4 feet deep, where water is allowed to flow. And it's currently pretty muddy, and there's parts that have some ice still in them because the sun just hasn't hit it to melt it yet. And so the dog is pointing, it's pointing triggered towards one of those canals. It's doing full tail up alert stance with its ears forward.
Stealth.
It has found something.
And stealth and move forward.
Okay. While you're stealthing, you get up to the side of the channel, just as Doc and Ajay come jogging up behind you. You got your musket ready.
Yup. Guys must get ready
Here.
points.
Doc tells Aldrich telepathically to keep an eye out since his eyesight's way better than mine.
Aldrich takes off and flies up into one of the trees nearby and looks down into the channel. With Aldrich and with Hush, it's very quick to triangulate. Hush, you're like watching and you see Aldrich land on a branch and look down into the muck and then like look at you and like gesture with his wings and feathers. There is like a lump in the mud, like a very distinct. It's not natural at all. Like there is definitely something there.
How far away is it?
It's only going to be about 30 feet away from you.
30 feet. I'm going to... It's 30 feet away?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This thing's definitely just a lump, so I can't shoot in its back. I'm going to reach out, and I'm going to use Minor Illusion. I'm going to make the sound like a bell, like right in front of it. Just like a ding. See if I can get its attention.
Okay. There's like a little ding, and you watch Doc. You have like come up to the edge of this like depression. Hush is down in it, pointing at this lump. Aldrich's up on the thing, and you all watch as this huge mouth just opens up. This thing is like, as said, it's like the size of a wolf, so significantly bigger than a dog. But the mouth itself takes up like this thing's whole head as it opens. It's like two little beady eyes appear from the mud, and you only get a chance to glance them before, like, you know how a toad is so much mouth. It's that same sort of thing as this thing sort of comes up out of the mud and just raw. And I want both of you, if you're attempting to shoot, I want you to both make your attack rolls.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm gonna bonus action aim.
Ooh.
Sorry. I'm gonna do bonus action, what is it? Steady aim, where you use
Steady
bonus
aim?
action and get advantage on this.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Huh. Well, I rolled a 16.
Okay.
I don't know, just for the fun of it. First one's a natural. Fucking these are doing me good. I didn't even need
You got a
that
natural
advantage.
20?
Natural 20.
Okay.
For a
Awesome.
total of 28.
Doc, at 16, as you fire, the ball of the musket just barely misses this thing's mouth, gets to like the shoulder, and just you're like, you were listening to Drinas and you were like, oh yeah, the bullets might like glance off, the backs are tough, and you were thinking like, okay, you know, if it hits the right angle, it'll bounce off, but like, you know, shooting it is shooting it. So like, no, the moment this thing makes contact with like the scales on the back, the bullet just completely like off into nowhere. However, Hush, you just drilled this thing right in the roof of the mouth. Like, as it is like shrieking up at this bell, it just
Oh, whoa. Do I fall backwards?
it just plops down into the mud.
Do I fall backwards?
No, you don't.
Yeah!
You stumble a little.
Well, that's one.
I got it.
Yeah. Doc is already kind of like reloading the gun while
Ajay does like a little on the whistle that they have, and the dog that had immediately sighted just starts off in another direction again.
shit.
Meanwhile, at the birds off to your right at this point, you hear a musket. You hear two muskets fire off. Your dog kind of like stops for a second and is like, what? And then just immediately gets back on the track.
Yeah.
And then you hear another musket shot off to your left in the distance. It must be either Lorelei or Drinas' group. Ooh. Okay. Your dog does a bit of a loop. It seems a little like he's trying to. The scent is nearby, but he can't quite pinpoint it. If you guys,
Is it up? Is it above us?
he finds the scent. It's in the house.
It's in the goddamn walls.
He's in the walls. If one of you would like to make a survival check at disadvantage, you might be able to accommodate for the dog, or
Can I?
adjust for the dog.
Go ahead. I think literally all of your stats are better than mine. So if we're ever between us, just go for
Cubone.
it.
Okay, bye.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I
All right.
rolled 12 and a 13. And I have +8.
You do hear you hear two more shots off to the left, from again either Lorelei or Drenas's group before you manage to like figure out where this dog is trying to go. And so you land in that general area. And the dog, seeing you land there, like comes over and is sniffing at the ground, and it walks over to the edge of one of those channels. And as it walks over to the edge of one of those channels, oh no, it walks over and it's sniffing. And Lotus, having landed, you watch as it's sniffing, and just this huge, again, like frog mouth comes up and just like vroom, the dog, and the dog is like, like it's yelps immediately and is freaking out to get out of this thing's mouth as it tries to drag it into the channel.
Can I try and
You can try and do something.
I'm gonna try and quickly just loop around it and try and like alligator wrestle it, but like pull it.
You want to alligator wrestle it off
Yeah.
of the dog?
Yeah.
All right. Make a grapple.
Grapple athletics.
Yep.
Everyone knows. Though actually, I have proficiency in athletics. Why do I have proficiency in athletics? Ooh, wow.
Fighter, right?
It's because of our background.
Oh, it is the
That's-
background.
That's 18 plus 3, 21.
Oh my god, you beat me by 2. So yeah,
That's
so this
fucking
big
lucky.
you're like, oh shit, the dog. And you just like immediately ditch the musket and run around to grab this huge thing that's like the size of your body. You wrap your arms around it, you like wriggle with it, and it lets go with the dog in a panic.
The moment it lets go and the moment that I see any opportunity to shoot it in its mouth, I do.
Okay. Make an attack.
This could go very poorly.
Trust me.
I'm gonna get fucking Kakarot and what's his face?
Yeah,
Raditz.
Kakarot.
Yeah.
And Piccolo.
Just hold him still, Goku.
Trust me. 22.
22. All right. You do manage as Dolus, you're like wrestling it, and you're like, oh fuck. You look up just in time to see Lotus aiming a fucking gun at you, and you have a moment where you're like, your life starts flashing in front of your eyes.
It's not a lot of flashes.
Like
but
there's a
it's-
part of your brain that's just like, no, I literally just found out Alina likes me, and now I'm gonna die. Like right as that happens, there's just like, it sounds like the bullet hitting rock as it hits the back of this thing's skull, as like the shot goes into its mouth. There's like a resounding like as this thing just limp in your arms. The moment it goes limp, this thing is stupid fucking heavy. Like the dead weight of this thing is just like way more than you expected. So as you like let it go, it like into the mud, and then it slides down back into like the bottom of the channel.
Well,
How's
are
the
you
dog
okay?
looking? Who, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, I'm fine. How's the dog?
Okay. How's the dog?
You turn. The dog was clearly freaked out, but it's just like, okay. It like limped a little, and then it was like, all right, no, we're good, we're fine.
I want to like kneel down. It's like, are you okay? Are you okay?
As you're like patting it, you get it on like the rump, and for a second, there's like a tiny like whimper yelp it does. As you look, there's like bite marks. Dolus, getting close to it, you saw the teeth of these things are, to put it comparable in size to something that I assume we all have on hand. They are
It's big
like
as a pepper shaker.
a D10. Why do you have a fucking pepper shaker at your desk?
Because you said everyone has one.
I like that this is just Crow's excuse to tell us that
Like
he
a
has a
D10.
pepper shaker
Wow.
at his desk.
Yeah, they're like a D10 long. So they are like a solid. For those of you at home, if you don't have a D10, I guess it's like a little bigger than a nickel. So the like diameter of a D10. Diameter is the wrong word. Diameter is the way around. I always do. No, circumference is the way around. Diameter is right. Fuck. So like the diameter of a D10 is like the length of one of these things' teeth. So it got in there pretty good into the dog, but like Dolus was quick on the response.
Well,
So the
Since
dog is
our
okay.
dog got fucked up by this thing. Maybe the dog picked up on the scent even better, so now it can track other ones better than
Ooh,
the other
maybe. Let's
dogs.
see.
Good boy.
Also,
good
sorry
boy.
to all of our non-American viewers who have no idea what a nickel is.
Fucking, it's a coin. And non-American viewers, it's small. You got it.
It's
I
this
gave
big.
them something else
You
of
did.
reference
You did.
first.
You did.
Then why are you giving me flack on our show?
I'm not
Shut
giving
up,
flack.
boy.
It's like a fourth of a pepper shaker, which everyone has on hand.
God. This sucks. Alright, what happened
You're gonna
next?
give me shit for saying nickel and then pretend to off yourself on YouTube. We're so getting demonetized because of you.
It's a wrap.
Moving on. Someone make a survival. One of the boys make a survival check.
You better than me? Who's got the better
Probably
one?
not.
What's your plus?
+1.
Fuck, I'm doing it.
I think you both have +1 to survival.
I was taking the fact that I was rolling hot tonight. I'm not rolling hot anymore.
What'd you get?
8.
Welcome to
Ooh.
Vegas, everybody.
So you guys walk along. Ajay fired off his flare, like one of the flares, for the fact that you had killed one, and that it was, someone could come get it. You see another flare get fired off, and then a third flare get fired off. The third flare being the birds. So 3 of the 6 parables have been caught at this point.
By the way, I pick up my musket. In case that wasn't anything that needed to be said.
That's fair.
Currently.
One weapon vanishes in an extra dimensional space, and everybody really specifies that they pick their
Hey,
weapon.
man. It's, you taught us a
No.
lesson. You set a precedent.
I'm
And now
sorry,
we-
that's my bad. That's on me. That's on-
Just want to point out, kids 2, adults 0.
I don't know. Dolus kind of wrestled one. I'd at least give him a half for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't shoot it.
He saved a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you half.
You really giving me a
That's
0
valid.
for saving a dog?
Yeah.
Wow. It really shows the kind of
Yeah.
All right, we're throwing
character
Cubone to the
sketch
next
is.
one.
Cubone
No.
will fuck that thing up.
Cubone
I've
will
seen
eat it
what
from
he's
the
done.
inside out. Like, that thing would eat Cubone in one
Look at
bite,
him.
and
He
then
already-
Cubone
he's
would
already
eat
ready.
his way out.
He's want to fight. He's got a turtle. He is posted up to fight, right?
Boys,
Yeah.
I am sorry to cut your hunting expedition a bit short, but your dog with that roll is not finding any other parables.
For the rest of the hunt? Shit.
There's only 3 more parables.
Aldrich.
You want to use Aldrich to try and track one?
Fuck it.
All right.
Like, if our dog
You
can get it, I can
specifically
summon my
make a
frog.
survival check.
If I see Aldrich in the sky, I'm gonna shoot him. No.
It's a dirty 20.
30-20? All right. Aldrich sets off. And at some point, after several minutes of flying around, kind of the dog is kind of wandering here and there, trying to find the last one. Aldrich's like, I have spied an odd lump ahead. However, Dolus, you definitely do see a big bird flying around the orchard.
Oh, I okay. I mean, I'm not gonna actually shoot him.
Okay.
I'm not.
I
I
just
know.
wanted to
Aldrich.
say, I'm like,
He
you
was
definitely
taking you
do
up on
see it.
that.
I look, it's out there. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, like, it's a like, you can do
We're just
whatever
saying
you
you
want,
are
and you
cheating.
see the bird, you're holding the musket. I'll give you an inspiration point. Do it.
No, stop. I'm not trying to encourage this. I'm just making sure he knows he does see the bird, since he specified, if I see the bird, X happens.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
Actually gonna shoot Aldrich.
Yeah, so no, boys, you
Unless-
come up
no,
on
I'm
another lump in the mud.
All right, Ash, you ready?
Mm-hmm. It's still a lump though. Shouldn't we make it open its mouth?
Yeah. Aim.
How far are we?
Are you guys both staying like up on the side, or are you coming down? Because you're not going to be able to like shoot down reliably.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
with
how
a
far
musket.
are we from it?
We'll go down.
I was just going to say you're 40 feet away because that's the range of a musket. If you'd like to get closer, you can. So
We'll get
you're
10
down
feet
in the little
closer.
channel with it.
Yeah, let's get closer.
10 feet closer, 30 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask one of you to make a perception check?
I do have proficiency in that. Do you have that, dog?
I have a bird. That's the best I got, bro.
I got it. Oh, fuck it! I'm changing the dice. I don't like this.
Look, man, you got multiple 20s, now you get multiple bads. That's how it works.
No, I wasn't a multiple
definitely
bad. That was a
another 20.
multiple natural 20.
Oh, that was another nat 20?
That was a natural. I'm using the Rick and Morty dice from now on because I don't like succeeding this much.
Cool.
You don't like success, so you're using the Rick and Morty die.
Yes, we all know how that
I'm
works.
throwing shade.
25.
There's so many jokes that can be made.
So much.
choosing,
I'm
to
not going to get
refrain-
into that.
Choosing to refrain so hard.
Anyway,
So, hush. As you guys are about to shoot this thing, as you guys are stepping closer, you, with your high perception, as you guys are going sort of over the uneven terrain of this channel, because it's kind of like bumpy up and down, but there is a big one. You realize as you're looking at it, you're like, that's not a parable. That's definitely just a big fucking rock. Like, that's just like a boulder or something. And you turn to Doc to tell him, as Doc is about to step on what you both thought was a big rock, you have just enough time to give Doc advantage on this dex saving throw before the parable he's about to step on grabs him by the foot.
You say I have enough time to let him know. Do I have enough time to cast the spell?
No, you have just enough time to be like, Doc! And Doc to have advantage on his reaction.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm like, you're not out here being like, Doc, no, don't step there. There's a parable. You're going like, fuck! And Doc's going like, what? Like, it's not.
Great.
Like,
It's literally just.
all right. I mean, I
Doc.
tend to know with Hush that means bad.
yeah, so Hush suddenly stops and whistles at your feet, and you have advantage as the ground opens as the rock you were stepping on is a mouth.
Shout out to advantage. 18.
You do not get grabbed by the parable as it pulls itself out of the mud and tries to chomp you.
Sick.
That one was a rock. That one's the real one.
I will say in that instance though, you probably tilted the musket, and you are going to be musket shotless, but you do have the musket in your hand.
Great. I'm gonna yell at Hush to ready his shot, and literally as it screams, I'm gonna fucking pull my shield and just bash it in the face.
The shield bash it to try and get it to turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Make a
bonus
melee
action aim.
attack.
Okay. I am technically proficient with my shield.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sick.
I'm like, I'll accept that.
Is that strength? Does it have anything other than proficiency?
It would be strength.
Oh, okay.
If you're using it as
You're
a weapon,
hitting
it would be strength because
And
it's
in that case, it's a 25.
it's an improvised. 25 to hit? Yeah, that hits. So yeah, no, you backhand this parable towards Hush. Hush, I'll let you attempt a shot.
Just bonus action aim.
Okay.
Are they within melee range of it?
Ooh, they would be. So
I was
bonus
down.
action.
Because I was
No,
down
but-
and I was like looking in closer. Am I in with him?
You
No,
both
Doc
went
was
down.
also down. He was with
You guys,
Oh,
if
okay,
you guys
yeah,
are
sure.
We were
walking on
together.
the shore.
Oh, then it's just a straight roll then.
Yeah. So that would be a straight roll.
Okay, it's not a natural 20, but it is a 19. It's
19?
11 plus 8.
So roll for damage.
Cool. That is. I do have a ally within 5 feet. I get sneak attack because I don't have disadvantage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, add on.
Go.
I was supposed to say, I
17.
would argue it too, because it was definitely focused on the fact that I just whacked it in the face.
Oh,
So
I mean,
the-
yeah, it's within 5 feet of it, and you don't even have to argue it. That's just true. That's just how sneak
Yeah.
attack works.
A 7 plus 4 for my damage, and then an additional 6 sneak attack damage for a total of 17.
17. Okay. 17 is enough to kill this thing outright. You do not get that, like, satisfying crack rack sound with it penetrating into the skull, but it like hits it in the mouth, and there's like a solid like chunk kind of gored out as it kind of slumps, and the inertia of getting hit and then shot, it just kind of like it folds back almost out of the mud, and there's like a little squelch sound as it falls over on its back. And you guys can see the underside of this thing. It's like the underside of a lizard, except it's got 6 little kind of stumpy legs. You get the idea that if this thing was trying to run, you're looking at like maybe a maximum speed of 15 feet. Like it is. They're big
ambush
and heavy,
creatures.
but they're little stumpy fuckers.
Yeah.
Chonky.
Chonky,
okay?
very heavy.
Doc's
Are
just
you
like,
okay?
that was
shot
so
him. Are you
cool.
okay?
Here you go. Like that was so cool. And he holds out his fist. That was awesome.
I got it.
Force punch.
It does no damage.
You know what?
I have a
Can I
minus
just
strain.
say Doc held out his shielded hand so he like full force punches the metal?
Punch the shield.
No, the metal of my
Oh, the
fist.
metal hand. Yeah, that's fine. 'Cause neither of you hurt each other, but
Yeah.
there is a much more of a sting than either of you expected.
Ah,
That one's not. That's a rock. That's you know it already, but that one's was.
yeah, you know that might be a good idea. But that's 2. Ajay, that's 2.
Ajay is like already loading the flare, and he's like, "Perfect, master."
Can we
It's
take
4
these with
parables
us?
down.
Can you ask Ajay if we take these with us?
Oh, you don't take them with you. That was already explained. I don't think I explained it well enough. I think that's on me. They fire off the flares so people can come get them. They fire off the flares to say when you caught one. Someone comes gets it. Birds.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Can one of you make another survival check?
Natural 20. 428.
They are just on it today
These
with
poor
the nat 20s.
parables.
We brought that. We are gonna roll so bad.
You don't
Our
even have to. With
actual
the natural
combat.
20, we're gonna do something great here. You guys. You're like, okay, they've got one, we've got one, they've got one, and right as you're like, they've got one, a flare goes off, and you're like, fuck, they have 2, which means we have to get one more if we want to. Like, we have to go. Your dog points, triggers. There's a lump in the muck below. You guys can clearly see a thing in the mud.
Okay, how far away is it?
You guys can. I'll be honest. You can take however long you need to arrange, so you can be whatever distance you need to be away from this thing
Okay, I mean,
because you're flying. So,
Well, what's its surrounding area? Can I like perceive?
yeah, make a perception check, or I'll just use your passive because you're like in an orchard, so they're very clean, like rows of trees, and then there are these channels that are like full of mud and roots and like the occasional brush.
Mhm.
So it's in that sort of lump. I will say, with your passive perception and because of the state of this, there is only one lump in this area. You're not going to step on a rock. That's the parable.
Okay.
Do you have a plan? Can you do like whoosh whoosh magic? Get it to open its mouth, and then we can just pew pew.
Yeah, or how would you feel about? Or actually, I'll say this as the plan, but I'll also ask this to you, Cryo. If Lotus were to be able to get to it fast enough as it like is like yelling, and because just with how fucking Lotus moves at Mach speeds, to just stick the gun in its mouth, like into the roof of its mouth, and shoot it like that, would she get disadvantage for the melee attack or the melee ranged attack?
Cryo, can I make an argument in her favor?
It's in the, you can, yeah, go ahead.
You
In
let
the
me
mouth.
do it with Wilfred by putting the
I
revolver
did.
directly to the back of its head.
Directly to the back of the bat's head. Yeah, I did.
I would say if you have the drop.
How big are these things' mouths? I guess is a good question.
The mouths are huge. Like, it could eat Cubone whole. I'm sorry to use your dog as a representation, but he's right there.
He's right there, just sleeping.
So cute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why he's the example. Yeah,
Don't-
no, like these things could easily just like throw to basketball. Like,
Okay. Same, but
same. So I will say we'll play rollies for if she can get there fast enough to put the rifle to the underside of the mouth.
okay.
And if she can, then yeah, I'll say advantage. Or, well, I'll say a straight shot rather than disadvantage.
Okay. How you feel about that, Ray?
Sure. Exciting.
Okay.
You're like, how do you feel about violence, Ray? And Ray's like, well, I mean, you know, I'll never say no to a good time.
Or, actually, okay, no. All right, here's different plan. You stay around here to its front. I'll go around and distract it from behind, and then as it's getting up and screaming, you just go for some shots. What I'm implying is I'm going to do a distracting strike.
Okay.
At its backside or whatnot.
Okay.
And so then that'll give her advantage on her attack.
Fair enough. All right. So you're just going to fly down and whack it to distract it?
Oh no, I was gonna go around and then like hit it on the back.
Yeah, like you're just going to go around back and smack it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think I even need to make you really do an attack roll. It's like you're hitting a rock, basically. So yeah, you go around. You can go around and smack this thing.
Yeah, no, I go for the sake of the sport. I'll go around and like with the back end of the musket, just like wham it, just in the back.
Go
And then as
around and you just whoomp. There's like a solid as you hit this thing.
Okay.
And it there's that like hollow sound of like you know when you're like loving on your dog and you're just giving it pats on the like the side and there's that kind of solid hollow like thump thump thump. It was like that. You like thump, and this thing just like immediately shakes a bunch of muck off, and it is going to attempt to hit you with its tail. 23.
I mean that hits, yeah.
It hits you with its tail for 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's not even on my temp HP.
Yeah, it just like this tail comes out of the mud and gives you a little like in the leg, and you're like, "Gah!" And right as it does that, it comes up and it's like, "Rah!" And Lotus, yeah, make your attack.
With advantage.
Thank God for advantage. 26.
26 is more than enough to hit the weak point. So yeah, this thing is like waking up. It's like mid-turn because it's turning around to try and get Dolus after it did a little tail swap, and you get it at like a diagonal angle, and so it comes up. And Dolus, from your angle, you see this thing turning to you. You see it like you hear like a little crunkle, and then you see the little eye on the top left just go like as it just clean through, and this thing just into the mud.
I did it. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, yes. I'll
And
give a thumbs up too.
As it was like pivoting, you guys also got a lovely little look of the stubby little legs. They're just like 3 little toes. The tail that hit you is like no longer than my forearm, but it's just like a thick little. It's like getting whacked with like a shoe, basically.
I'll give a thumbs up to our dude Ardian.
Fires off another flare, and I'll say with that natural 20 you got, Lotus, as that last flare is fired off, your dog has wandered further up the path, and you're like looking around, and you see it triggered. You see it pointing.
Oh. I quickly reload. Dolus, I think you found another one.
I'll fly over.
You fly
I guess we
over.
just do the same thing again.
So you fly over, and there is like this collection of roots and brush and tangled stuff, and you see rocks and lumps and stuff. Like this is like a clustered area, so you cannot immediately pick out which lump is the parable.
And I try to look for which one it is. See if there's any, because we've killed 2 of them now.
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Can I help him with this? To
Yes.
give him an advantage?
Okay. Well, first one wasn't bad. First one was a total of 18. Second one is a total of 3. So let's hope 18 is good enough.
You're gonna have to like get down in as you're doing like a full investigation.
I'm readying an action, I guess. If
With your
any
musket
of these
to
rocks
shoot.
open. Yeah.
Okay. So you're like moving brush aside, and you come upon another lump, smaller than the others, that definitely is not a normal rock, because it's not like it's under roots in a way that a rock couldn't be in, and like some other branches and stuff are broken. And you are extremely confident that this is the fucker.
Okay, I'll look back to Lotus, see if she's reloaded. Okay. I like point at it, and I'm gonna do a similar thing of I'm just gonna zoom over like with floating and then I'm just gonna stomp on this thing's back and float above it so
You
that it's
float
not
above
gonna
it.
hit me with its tail.
You float above it, you stomp down really hard, and
It's a
as you
rock.
stomp, roll for damage. See how much damage you would do with your stomp.
Oh, okay. I guess that would be a talent attack. 2.
2.
Yeah.
So you stomp down really hard, and no, the damage is halved.
Okay.
But as you womp into this thing, you hear it make like the saddest like oh like, and it doesn't get out of the mud. It just stays in the mud and kind of like shimmies further into the muck. You guys sit there and you're staring at it for a sec. After a few seconds, its tail kind of like comes up and is like shimmies in it a little more.
I'm shooting it.
You shoot it.
Yeah, I'm shooting it at an angle that it won't bounce back in my face, but
Okay, yeah. Dole's just like fucking boom, he shoots the musket. The musket like glances off and this thing just like out of the mud. Lotus has a shot.
Pew,
get
pew.
that boy.
Pew pew. Oh,
Pew pew.
uh-oh.
Distracted.
Oh,
It's distracted.
Oh, do I have advantage then?
If I hit
yeah,
it,
it's a distracting strike. So
Yeah.
Okay. 12.
12
12.
with advantage.
I rolled a 3 and
Yeah.
a 4.
So this thing is
Bruh.
like raw. Lotus is just like Lotus was still a little confused after it being like under in the muck. So she like wasn't as ready as she thought she was. Fires and like just perfect timing as it closes its mouth. The bullet just and doesn't hit Dolus.
Oh,
It
oops, sorry.
ricochets off into the trees. This thing is gonna shimmy off. How far away were you, Lotus, from this thing?
Within 40 feet, I'd say like 20, 30.
It is going to. It glances up. The eyes are like they can see upwards, so they see Dolus up there, but parables understand that they cannot go up. So it is going to try, and it just starts moving through the mud towards you. It's like waddling through the muck at you at like an aggressive pace. Have you ever seen an alligator walk? It's like that. It's
I'm gonna
coming
cast
through the
slow
muck
on it.
towards you.
I'm gonna cast slow on it.
You got slow on it.
Just reload.
And I switch my weapons to Kyle.
No, just reload.
It fails slow, which means its movement
It's
Is-
halved.
halved, so it can move 7 feet.
It has a -2 penalty to AC.
How
It
long
can
would it-
move. It can move 7 feet rounded down, so it can move 5 feet. It's just you're like, oh god, do I switch? Oh, it's coming towards me, and it's like,
Oh,
I
Okay.
just yell again, reload.
I start reloading.
And I just fucking
make a roll for me. Play roll is reloading. Or actually, if you want, make a sleight of hand check if you'd rather, or
shit.
play rolls.
Yeah, I mean,
So you can just add your
notice-
+4 to whatever you rolled.
yeah, 18.
Yeah, you reload it with plenty of time. This thing is it's moving 5 feet. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. and I
You're
just
you're like reloading. Like okay. You look up. It's a little closer. You like step back 5 feet and keep reloading.
Okay.
And
Once
then
I
sure
finish
enough,
reloading.
You get all set up and you aim. It's like 10 feet away from you still in like slow motion. Like
Shoot.
you can attack with advantage.
Okay, oh my god. I looked at one of them, it was 2, and I looked at it, I was like, oh no. 27.
Oh my god.
27.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh god, reloading, okay, and shoot, and it was just like it's almost anticlimactic the way it happens. Like you're like, I gotta kill this thing, and it's literally just like into the mud in front of you. Our team off to the side is just like
I do a bow.
just
I copy.
loads the flare and fires it. This thing's just sitting in the mud.
Hell yeah.
We got
you
3.
can see the full body of this thing now. It looks kind of like a short, fat lizard with a frog face, and the 6 legs and the general
Fat
body
fuck
structure. You sort of give it a look over. Lotus, it's definitely very reminiscent to the basilisk that you are very familiar for. Like you can totally see the resemblance. But you're just like, wow, this is like a sadder version of a basilisk.
I just like pull its cheeks and it's like, how dare you petrify me?
It makes noise.
It's just quiet sounds. Like of all the goo and everything.
Okay.
All of you are caked in mud up to like your knees to your thighs. And the last flare is fired off. All 6 parables have been caught. Flat fuck Friday. Moving on. Sorry. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
I mean, there are the canals or the waterways here, right?
Mhm.
And I just wash off my legs.
Well, so there, all the water is muddy. That's what you are in. That's what the parables are in. It's
Oh.
like it's very muddy water. You get the sense that like when it rains, it probably runs pretty clear and fast. But like right now, it's just like cold muck.
Okay. Cool.
So you guys get yourselves up. Artyom has put some medicine on your dog after that little nip. You guys start heading back. He talks about how he's very pleased that you guys managed to get 3. He feels like you've really come out on top today.
I mean, we
Yes.
grew up hunting in the woods. This is what we're good at.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Honestly, I no offense, hadn't quite expected it.
We hunted in the woods, just not with muskets.
Well, understandable. muskets are something of an expensive commodity.
Mhm.
They're really cool. Like
Do you have a gun of your own sort?
But it's not like a faraway shooty gun like this one. It's a stab and shoot. And
Oh,
the kaboom!
oh. Who am I? Interesting. And it just keeps going on. All of you return, unless the boys have any conversation they want to make as they're returning between each other and Ajay.
Hush at a point, just gets rid of all the mud on him.
Please. Come on, what we did was so cool, Hush!
Why don't you take a bath to get that off?
Okay. Gets rid of it.
Doc just kind of has that moment where it's like, this little shit, I thought we were having a month. Oh, and okay, never mind.
Very cool. You shield bashed it. It was cool. It was a cool.
Dude, you like you. One, I wouldn't have been able to shield bash it if you didn't like. Pretty much the whole conversation is just like two boys hyping each other up.
Like, no, that was so fucking cool what you did. No, it was way cooler.
It
than
almost
what you
ate
did.
you.
Yeah, and then you could like bash it in the face, and you were ready. You were just a bang, and you've never shot a gun before in your life. I've never shot a gun before in my life.
It's like shooting a crossbow, except it's a lot more kick.
Yeah, a little bit.
It is,
So, yeah.
takes like a minute. It takes like a whole long time to reload, but it's fine because I only needed to shoot twice.
Everybody reconvenes at that hill, walking up that hill. Everyone with mud, except for the boys who have demudded themselves.
We got 3!
You
got
got
two.
3?
We got 3!
I hit one in the face with my shield.
I shot both of them.
Where's
More like-
Dolus?
Where the fuck is Dolus? We got 3. One of them was Dolus.
We had to put him down. It was he had rabies. We had to old yeller him. It was terrible.
Dolus did something. He like what the first one we met. He bit the dog. The dog is fine. And then Dolus like went up behind and like whooped it up, and then I shot it.
I did a good thing because one, we didn't bite a dog. It almost bit Doc. But he's fine too, like the dog. It almost bit him, and then he like shield bashed it, and then I shot it in the face.
So cool. It was so fun.
I've never shot a gun before.
I've only ever shot Kyle.
If you teach me how to shoot Kyle, I'll teach you how to summon frogs.
Okay.
Ray, that's also not true. Eggold's taken you shooting multiple times.
Never shot one of these before.
That's a secret. No one needs to know about that.
Yeah, that's why I said Ray.
That's fair.
fair.
I'll see
All right, well.
if I can shoot Kyle.
Yes.
Lorelei
I'm pretty sure
comes
Kyle
up.
would send you across the room, Hush.
Oh my god, yeah. Jesus. Like the kickback of a fucking 8-gauge shotgun.
I will put my feet in the ground.
You'll be
It'll
put in
put
the
you in the
ground.
Yeah. Lorelei's like, so got one. That was pretty great.
We beat
Then finally Lord
Lorelei.
Drinas comes out and he's like, well, seems like everybody beat me to the punch today.
We got 3.
2.
Ooh. Here I was just hoping for one. Excellent. Next time I'll have to try and catch a couple more of them. Well, I guess it just really depends on if they're causing problems.
That was really fun.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. How was the muskets?
Oh, they're so cool.
I want to keep, but I can't keep.
Yeah, please return them to their cases.
Okay.
Doc kind of like making sure the gun's pointed like upright and, you know, hand decent from the trigger, hands it back to one of the attendants and goes, personally, I agree with you. I'm much more of a man with the sword.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun with a sword. Don't get me
You almost
wrong,
got
muskets. Did you?
It almost ate me.
Oh, whew.
That dog got bit.
But then, and Doc kind of like holds it up, and there's still like a tooth jabbed in the shield, and he's like, then I hit it.
Whew. All right. I'm glad the dog's all right. Could see that being a problem, but don't worry, you're all capable enough that I didn't worry 1 second. Even if you were caught on your lonesome with a few of the beasts, I imagine you'd all come out with nothing more than a couple scratches.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you figured it out yourself while you were hunting them. They're not exactly horrifying monstrosities. They're very fat and slow, yeah. They're
Realizing why he
quite
told
quick
us this.
swimmers, though, so you can catch them in water.
Hmm.
So I would be quite cautious of them, especially if you're in the waters around Eubuea. A lot of the harbors have parables hiding down in the mud.
With our ship, I do not think they're going to be a problem.
Right. All right. Well, in that case, attendants are... Well, look, there's the first one now. And, like, an attendant's coming out of the woods with a wheelbarrow. And in the wheelbarrow is just the dead body of one of the parables, like, belly up. Just like...
Yay.
It is, hang on. It's the first one the birds shot. So, food's on then.
After you.
Yes.
Can I have my frog now?
Your frog, right? Let's get the dogs put away, and then I reckon there's no harm in it.
Ah!
Get the frog.
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 So the parables start getting wheelbarrowed in, like one after the other. While
I shot that one. And that one.
fair. As the one coming in that Lorelei shot, you guys who are perceptive, I think all of you would probably be perceptive enough to notice it actually with your passes. Doc doesn't notice.
No. I was like, come on.
There are like 4 shots around this thing's face. And you guys are like, and you look and you notice that all of Lorelei's flintlocks are triggered. And she notices one of you look, and then you make eye contact, and then Eggled is just like... And so, yeah, they light up. There's like an area near where the shooting practice is on that sort of side of the house. It's got like an awning over it, ivy growing on it, and there is like a big clay smoker. I wanted to say terracotta, but it's not quite terracotta. There's this big, heavy, like clay smoker. And so as they bring those things in to seemingly butcher them in the servant's kitchen, they start bringing out like hunks of meat to the smoker that has been started to be stoked. Yeah. Doc, are you okay? Your eyes are...
Ice big meat.
That's big meat.
Protein, man. Protein!
And Hush, you have the shooting range sort of area adjacent to that if you want to summon your frog.
Lotus.
Attempt to summon your frog.
Lotus. Do you want to come see if I can? Do you want to see if I can summon frog?
Yeah.
You guys are like literally 15 or 20 feet away from this sitting area that's kind of like just hidden behind trellises and ivy. So everyone else can like see you just like step out. It's like the difference between the patio and the yard, basically.
Hush just tells the Lord, it's like, okay, I'm bringing him out now.
All right. All the dogs have been like put away, so you're good. You're free and clear.
Cool. The halo like wraps around on top of Hush's head, and like all the runes around his cape start to light up as he pushes forward he starts to float up just a little bit. I'm gonna expend 4 sorcery points to cast this for free. Or at
Wow,
least
it'd be-
attempt to.
To cast it for 4 sorcery points.
Yeah. Cast it without a spell
I'm gonna
slot.
spin this for free.
Oh,
All right. And you're summoning a slot. Play
Oh,
rolls.
yeah. Look at that. $18.
You beat me.
I beat you.
So lo and behold, as you're summoning, a slod appears. That same dark mottled, like matted gray frog from the night before. Just and Lord Drinas in his chairs just goes, "Oh, a slod. He meant a slod. Okay."
You know what
Oh,
this
is that
is?
what it's called?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Oh.
Do you remember us? What is it saying?
What does it say?
I am here to serve.
It's do you in its head just do you remember us?
You're the little snack that summoned me yesterday.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a snack, but I did summon you.
But you are small and edible.
What is it saying?
Yes, but if you're edible, it doesn't mean you're supposed to be eaten.
If you were not the one who summoned me, I would eat you.
It's a good thing I summoned you. He wants to eat me,
Wait, what?
but he knows he's not going to.
Oh.
Say that to everyone or just Lotus?
No, it's just a lotus.
You know who didn't summon him?
It's okay. I summoned him, so he doesn't want to. What's your name?
My name is unspeakable in the common tongue.
Well, my tongue doesn't work, so you can say it in my mind.
In your
It's
mind, you
really
just hear like
unspeakable.
in your mind you hear like like it doesn't translate to anything. It is just a horrific mishmash of like abyssal syllables.
I'm gonna call you Petrie.
That is not my name.
I'm gonna call you Petrie.
That is not my name.
Can I call you Petrie?
You may call me anything, but it is not my name.
Okay, it's just back to Lotus. His name's Petrie.
Oh, okay. Hi, Petrie.
From your guys' perspective, it's just the kids being like, "Whoa!" This big frog just like.
Oh, I think I lost my appetite. It's disgusting.
Slog's actually
Now,
pretty
especially
big.
seeing it in broad daylight.
Do you want to come eat with us?
Where are they from?
Horrific lands unknown.
Okay.
Aberrations. They come from other planes.
What do they taste
They're
like?
just like a slimier snake.
Huh.
You ever have snake?
I would say I would probably have snake. Longer hunts if they go out into the woods. Probably.
Fair. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Kind of gamey.
Yeah.
A little rubbery. I mean, makes sense though. Like, look at him.
Up,
Big,
up,
like knuckle dragging frog.
up.
You asking for puppies?
He
Puppies.
picks you up, puts you on top of his head.
Petrie, do you want to come eat with us?
I consume the souls of those who wander into my domain.
How do you feel about
A
reptiles?
bagel.
I have eaten reptiles.
We're gonna eat him again today. He's gonna eat with us.
Yay!
He comes along.
No,
why is it
coming
over?
closer? No, hush, hush.
Like,
Why is it coming
Lotus
closer?
just walks in and then the doorway is just slot. Hello,
Why is it
friend.
coming? Why is it coming with you?
because he's gonna eat with us. This is Petrie.
No, but the agreement was that you would summon
Stay
it
outside.
over there.
Yeah.
He just said that's where I could summon him. It that he had to stay over there.
Can he?
But no, he wants to eat with us.
I don't think he wants to eat with us. I think he wants to eat us.
That is true. Like in deep speech.
He just gets like a little pat on. He's like, no. No, he went. He likes reptile, and he's nice. His name's Petrie, and he wants to eat with us.
Little
Eat with
snack,
us.
you are my summoner and friend, but you are edible as all things are.
You gotta forget that. That's not something we remember.
We just randomly see Hush just smack this thing.
Why are you hitting him?
Well, you hear it go like, and then Hush just like,
Hush.
I'm not hitting him hard. He
Oh,
keeps
okay.
calling me a little stank, and I'm not.
he just picks Hush up and puts him down in the patio, just stands there in the doorway, just this
Is it like
big.
slimy? Is it like dripping?
He's not dripping, but there is definitely a moisture to him.
That was the
This is-
worst way you could have put it.
I don't know what to tell you, man. He looks
Stolas.
He looks something a little like this,
Oh, God.
but less spiky.
You're like, this is Dolus, and it pans to Dolus, and he's doing like the Tanjiro disgust face.
I don't know if you do it, but you shake hands here, and you like shake hands, and then that's how you meet people.
Well, it's all of a sudden just fucking like a hand out to
Shake
you.
his hand.
No. I don't want to touch him.
He's not gonna hurt you.
He's gross.
This one
And
is
slimy.
not
I can see it on
shaking.
his hand.
Petrie, he doesn't want to shake your hand. It's okay. He's nervous.
I'll shake your hand.
He grabs both of your hands and just starts like.
Wait,
Lotus,
what?
you guys watch is like it's like a cartoon basically. Like Lotus gets grabbed and he's just like.
No, go, Petrie, give me your hand.
Whoa.
Like stretches the hand. You're like, give me your hand, and he looks at his hand and he's just like.
No.
Just like pulling.
Let me see your hand. Put it in front of me.
He just holds them both out.
And he just takes the hand and he just like just shake gently. Or well, he has to use both of his hands. You use one hand. Your hand's a lot bigger than mine. Gently. All right, that one's Doc. Go try it on him.
Doc just kind of looks at Aldrich and goes, I am so glad you're from the Feywild and not wherever the fuck that is.
Aldrich is just like like full fluffed up, staring
Yeah.
at this thing in horror.
Doc, like, takes a second, looks at Hush and goes, if he even looks at Aldrich funny, I will send him back to wherever he came from.
You can't tell where this thing is looking. It has no pupils.
My threat stands.
Petrie, you're not allowed. You don't eat anyone.
Don't eat friends.
He called you friends.
We're friends?
No, it's because we're
Doc
your
is
friends.
Doc is reaching out very cautiously, and only because he knows his hand is gloved.
He grabs your hand and just really awkwardly like grabs and just like
Ow, ow, ow.
just lets go.
That one's Aggold.
Holds hand out and Eggle's like, I'm not fucking touching that thing.
No, that was Eggold that made that noise, actually.
Eggle's like they harmonize.
I just connect to Lorelai. Do you want to shake his hand? I'm afraid if he tries, you'll kill him.
Oh, I will.
That's Lorelai. Don't shake her hand.
Lorelai's scary. Smell like death. Will Lorelai eat friends?
No.
If Lorelai eats friends, can eat friends.
Petrie.
Great.
No.
We're doing this.
No.
I can't believe we're doing.
No eating anyone except for the food that they give you that's like, here, eat this.
Finds a 7-Up.
Friends, snacks, shame. And then it just like sits outside the door.
We gotta teach him some things.
Lord Drinas is just like watching all this go on and is just like, all right, well, who wants tea? You were all brought
Yes,
out
please.
sweet tea and a number of other appetizers are brought out in advancement of there's corn. They got green beans.
Green.
Green beans.
Do we have cornbread?
They don't have cornbread.
But do
There
they got
there is
biscuits?
bread. There are some nice big like loaves of bread. It's almost like a French style bread, but not a baguette. Sorry, Marcy, not a baguette.
Biscuit?
No biscuits.
Ah.
No Popeyes biscuit.
Come on, man.
Son of a bitch!
Damn it.
Fucking hell.
Popeyes biscuit no drink challenge impossible.
That's how you kill
And then
Petrie.
yeah, so if you guys are just chilling there having appetizers for a little bit before you were brought out plates of just this beautiful white meat that has been cut into almost like steaks of it. It's got a really nice like brown sear on the edges, and the servants place each of them down. The smell is somewhere between like fish and chicken. It's almost like surf and turf in one meat.
I really should have
Cool.
eaten before this session.
You should have. You knew a
I
barbecue.
did.
I just
remember.
got back from work.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And a bowl is brought out of some kind of sauce that none of you are familiar with.
What's the sauce?
Barbecue sauce.
Right.
Sauce specific for the barbecue. It uses
Yeah.
honey and sort of various other egg whites. What did you put in the sauce this time, dear? To like Lavernius, who's like there from stuff. She's like, oh, so there's honey, there's vinegar, there's egg whites. And she goes like a whole thing of what's in this barbecue sauce. Yes, Ray.
I lean over to Hush and was like, because you're vegetarian, if you're not gonna eat yours, you can have my appetizers and I can have. Yeah.
I was gonna give it to Petrie.
Oh, okay, you do that.
Here, wait. You can have half of this, and I'll give the rest to Petrie.
Okay.
Sections it off.
Is everyone here, by the way? Like, who is
Lorelai
here?
eggled. Oh, what?
Who all is here?
Lorelai eggled the party, Lord Drinas and his wife,
And
and Petrie.
yeah.
We're
How
missing.
dare you make me include that?
I'll go find Alina until her barbecue's on.
Oh, you're gonna go try and find Alina?
Yeah, I'll try.
All right.
At least. I'll go back to the house. I won't like scour the city.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you go back to the house, I'll say like you go for a few minutes and you check some places. You don't find her. Like she's not in the guest house.
Okay, well, I'll just head back and I'll tell Hush to message Alina that the barbecue's on, in case she wanted to come eat.
Yeah. Can you give this to Petrie? I'll do that while you do that.
Hush hands you a plate of like half of his steaks. And the frog, you turn. It's like it's like something out of a show. You're handed it, and you like look up and you look over your shoulder. There's just Petrie in the doorway, still just like. The like tongue to the eyeball, just like.
Come on, Petrie. You're feeling hungry.
Finally grabs the steaks off the plate and shoves the steaks and like its whole hand into its mouth, and it's just like, oh.
You like that?
Oh, I didn't know you were chill like that. Hey, what up, Petrie?
No, you're chill like that.
Yeah, I shoved my whole fist in my mouth.
Bro, you too?
And then it just like stares at you unblinkingly with its pupilless eyes. There's kind of some spit now coming out of its mouth. A little bit.
Slowly turn away.
You just slowly turn
Like
back.
as I'm turning, I'm keeping my eyes trained on it until I get to Hush.
I'll send ascending to Alina.
Hush, you said descending to Alina, and she's just like, oh yeah, I'll be out in a second. And then
She's on
from
her
the
way.
door that the servants have been coming out of into the main house, Alina comes out. She's just like, oh, that smells good. And she comes over and she takes a seat next to Dolus. And the servant comes by and brings her a plate.
Alina.
I don't need a whisper.
Yeah,
like,
you can't whisper. You're in my brain.
He's still trying.
Alina.
Anyway.
Petrie's out, or well, the frog's outside.
She like turns to the doorway, oblivious to it until this moment. She just turns to the doorway and just go. Fuck. Ooh.
You were writing notes on him.
I know, but he's so much smaller from a distance. I only saw him from the deck looking down, and it was nighttime. He's wow, like just a frog just standing there.
That's Petrie.
Oh,
Well, he told me his name was.
Oh my god! Please don't do that.
But I call him Petrie. He's friends with
Okay.
Dolus. Him and Dolus are friends.
He's so much like she like turns like leads into Dolus and is like he's so much bigger than I thought he was gonna be.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
I thought he was like Lotus's size at a distance because I saw him, but I guess it's because he was like hunched over and it was dark, and I guess Lotus was flying, so maybe my angles were off.
He's every time I make eye contact with it, I can see his intent to consume me.
And she's like, "Does it eat people? Does he eat people?"
He called Hush a snack.
Oh no! Like, she's just staring at this thing, and like as Dolus, as you start like awkwardly eating food, and she gets her plate filled up, she like slowly brings her notebook out and starts just writing notes on him.
What were you doing in the main house?
Oh, he's got a bunch of journals and notebooks and stuff about places he's been. I asked if I could see them.
Oh, did you glean anything?
Yeah, Lord Drinas has been fucking everywhere, is what I gleaned.
Oh, I see. Just continue with my food.
He's met the Star Elves.
The who?
The Star Elves. They're way up north. I guess you wouldn't know that. I mean, I guess I can't. I mean, we went over it, so I can't believe you forgot, but like, it's fine. Yeah, the elves up north. He's been there, and he's been to Iceholm. He's been to Doc. Did you know Lord Drinas has been to Iceholm?
Doc is like, with one hand he's eating with his fork, and with the other hand he's just got like a little piece of it up on the knife for Aldrich.
Aldrich is just like owl nibbling and ripping away at it. Both of you stop at like the same time as she brings it up to you, and are like,
Doc is like still mid-bite, and he's like, yeah, we talked about it this morning. Did you know I was in AWOL?
I mean, I guess if you went away without leave, yeah, by definition, that is what AWOL means.
Well, we went to fight,
Wait,
so it doesn't seem fair.
Wasn't that like wasn't there like a trial and you got exiled?
Yeah.
I thought. Did
We
you
didn't
not
really have a
catch
term
that-
for it.
Okay, the term is crime.
Yeah.
You-
Yeah. I'm learning
criminal?
that.
I think we're all kind of criminals. Hush.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like this is pretty buck stand. Like I guess it's not that bad at the end of the day, given our circumstances.
We live on a pirate ship. Like Alina's just like, hush.
I mean,
I'm
not only that, there's like the whole like no magic or magical beings
If he's not from
thing.
the Stonekeeper Empire, he probably hardly knows about it.
Oh
there's
yeah.
no you're not allowed to have magic.
Do you have any idea about the unreliables law?
Okay, wait.
that?
I'm gonna say we did give him like a general lowdown when he first joined the party, but
I don't.
I mean, you probably wouldn't have given a lot of details on unreliables,
that's
just that
true.
you left
Yeah.
the Empire.
Right.
Yeah.
No, who are they?
Us. Well,
I thought we were the best or the who are we? What's our name again?
The finest. The finest.
The finest.
It's
We're the finest.
but in Stonekeeper, they passed a law that unless you were, approved by the emperor or the council.
Council.
Yeah, or the
Council.
council, then you were, well, for lack of a better term, a fugitive.
For
These guys,
if I was magic,
if you were magic in the way they didn't want you to be. That's I was a bounty hunter and normal at the time. So, I was approved, but these guys, and he kind of looks over at Lotus and Dolus. That's how they even ended up in Shadestep and we met in the first place.
Yeah. If you talk to anyone in their heads over there, you would immediately be arrested.
wait, would I not? I'm not allowed over there.
No.
No.
Nope. You have magic and you don't have an approval stamp or badge, you're an unreliable, and you can go to jail or be killed on the spot.
That's not fair.
That's why a lot of people left there. It's how Dolus and I met everybody.
Yeah.
Well, everybody.
I want to see the world. I don't want to see that place.
hmm
Yeah, well. Stonekeeper Empire's good people, bad leadership, I guess is the easiest way to put it.
Alina's just like has a long. Yeah, let's go with
There
that.
are good people. But ever since that law got passed and the humans or the dwarves kind of started getting all up in arms, that's where I suddenly started seeing a lot more bounties. It's how I went to Shadestep because I was looking for their friend.
So, why is having magic bad?
Okay,
They're
so
scared.
You're
Yeah.
scared?
They're scared of what we can do. That's the
something
simplest way to put it.
There are-
happened.
Oh, there are so many scary things. I've been told about so many scary things. Things that are disgusting, things that are horrific, things that are mind-blowing. And they're afraid of people?
Hush.
There are things that put things in your head and they're afraid of people?
Doc kind of makes like direct eye contact with Hush when that happens. Like when he says the things in your head, just like, ah, fuck. Hush. Listen, it's kind of like your friend when he told you that Bahamut was bad. You trusted your friend. You believed in your friend. You listen to your friend, right? Now imagine your friend was the Emperor and the Council.
Mm-hmm.
They told them to be afraid because, okay, well, to be fair, the stories I've heard, what happened was pretty bad, but it wasn't really the fault of the people. In fact, one of them helped us before. But that's kind of how it works. I hate to put it to you, kid, but the world ain't fair. Look at what we just had to do because Kordak's a dickhead.
I was told a long time ago by my friend that there are monsters. There are horrible monsters. But one of the most horrible monster of all is man. Are these people them?
Emperor Nolan, possibly. Not really on the table anymore. But the echoes of leadership that he left behind, yeah, this is kind of what they mean.
Plus, you'll find bad people anywhere. Even back in the other plane. It was because of other people that Dulles and I are here.
They were afraid because somebody told them to be afraid?
And then they gave them reasons to be afraid. They gave unreliables, like Lotus and Dulles, reasons to be afraid. People like me, I helped them get away on occasion when I could. But there are other hunters, and they gave the unreliables reasons to be afraid.
They made their problems? They made the fear?
In a weird way, yeah.
Where I'm from, we lived in fear! And they made it?
Yeah. Hush, I know it's not an easy...
That's not okay!
Lord Drinas, I'm sorry. We never explained what was happening in Stonekeeper to him. I don't want to bring down the mood on your lovely dinner.
I got barbecue. I'm having a great time. Also, it's lunch.
On your lovely lunch. Doc just immediately like pivots on that. He's like, on your lovely lunch.
I don't want to go there.
Hush,
I don't want to go there.
right? Unreliables law is bullshit. Most of the world agrees that it's bullshit. As bad as it is, and as many people support it, there's just as many who don't support it. So, before you get too worried about the world being an unfair place, just remember there are people like you out there.
Mhm.
And besides, if the Unreliables law hadn't happened, the Awakening hadn't happened, and the conference hadn't happened, we wouldn't have ended up here. Join barbecue on a nice sunny day.
Hmm.
Everything happens for a reason. Just don't know it yet. Or sometimes you just have to make a reason.
Some
Okay.
call it fate.
Guess if all that didn't happen, I wouldn't be here with you guys.
Yeah.
I give Hush a hug.
Aww. And if you weren't here, your friend wouldn't be gnawing on my ivy. And he like glances over, and Petrie is like eating away at one of the like strands of ivy, like a spaghetti. And he's just like,
Oh, wait, is he allowed to do that? Is that okay?
no, please.
Petrie, stop! Petrie, stop! Petrie, stop!
Just like
Put it-
the half-eaten thing
put it
comes out.
Put it back.
Oh, he spit it out. He's,
Put it back. Put it back where you found it.
I can't put it back anymore. He gestures to the half-eaten, like mangled thing.
I'm sorry, Lord Drinas.
Oh, it's quite all right. You won't be here that long. Don't worry. No need to worry about it.
He won't be here that much longer either. He'll go away soon.
I mean, yeah, if you summoned him, he's probably only here for what, a few hours, most?
A little bit. He's only got a little bit longer.
Ah, don't worry about it. He let him stretch his legs a little.
We let it go out and play?
Will I let it go out and play?
Yeah, Lotus, can we go out and like play catch with it? With Petrie? Can we go out and play? Looks at Doc and Dolus.
Yeah, just stay in eyesight. And don't let it eat anything.
Petrie,
That is not my name, but what?
if you eat my ball, I'll blow you up.
Oh.
Let's go.
Alright. Like walks after him.
As the kids step out, just
The
like
kids start playing catch with this fucking giant frog in the background.
Monkey in the middle.
just a big sigh. That was heavy.
Is the monkey Lotus flying back and forth, or is it the slot?
The slot is in the middle.
Okay.
Until
So
it
they're just
catches
like-
it, and then, that's how this game works. Come on,
Yeah.
bro.
I never played monkey in the middle.
Really?
It's an
I
awful
didn't
game
like
if you are
playing
not a
that game.
dexterous kid.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
Sometimes you start off throwing the ball and somebody else catches it, the one in the middle, and then you are in the middle forever.
So the slot catches the ball pretty quickly because it rolled 18. But then the slide when you're like hush, you're like, oh, you caught it. I'll go in the middle. And you like swap places, and then the slot just like tosses the ball very limply, and you basically like, rolls to your feet.
Oh, I'm gonna get it.
Just stands there staring at you.
Lotus,
Hmm?
you have to get it before I get it. Hurry up, I'm gonna get it.
I just kind of look between the two.
Just
you
the
gotta get the ball.
unmoving slot.
Lotus, you have to get it.
It's like, like a cat when they just like
Yeah,
lunge.
just sudden pounce.
Mhm.
Lotus.
I
I just
lost
imagine
it.
Lotus doing like the cat like arch, but as with her bird wings, and then just like diving for the ball.
Oh,
you
I
get the
missed
ball.
it. Good job, Petrie. You threw it to Lotus.
Lotus throws it back to Petrie, and Petrie again a second time, just like do, 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 do. This goes on loop for some time in the background.
As you were saying,
Meanwhile-
Dolus.
Yeah. That was heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a point. There are a lot of things. This whole conversation has a point. There are a lot of things that people are afraid of, and that we're afraid of. There's also some things that I'm not sure if we should be afraid of, that we're not yet. Like, there was the whole thing Alashna mentioned to us about Tiamat.
Lord Drinas just immediately, like from his tea, just like.
I guess we're just throwing that
Who-
out there.
Who to what now?
Oh no, don't worry. Alashna is just a friend of ours.
I'm not the name that caught my interest.
Really, just just kind of looks at Lorelai like, "What do we do?"
Lorelai sitting there with her own tea that she is currently pouring stuff from a flask into is just like, why the fuck are you looking at me? I don't know.
All right, you know what? Never mind.
You said Bahamut earlier
Yeah.
about being evil.
Well, my sister, she's a cleric for Bahamut.
Yeah. All right. But then you just said, Tiamat. What's that? We should be afraid of Tiamat.
Well, I don't know. It's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Is I don't know if we should be afraid.
I mean, I would probably be afraid. She's like one of the most evil gods. Period.
Oh. Oh, a god, you say? And I pull out my book on the deities. I flip to the page.
While
I'm assuming there
Dolus is
one on
doing this,
Tiamat.
Doc kind of like leans to Drinas and it's like, a lot of this might be rumor work, but allegedly, when the awakening happened, an aspect of Tiamat was brought up to counteract what came up. Again, rumors, things you hear on the street. I'm in a lot of bars with a bunch of drunks.
Make a deception check.
One of those drunks' name is our Lashna. That's who we're talking about. That's our friend.
Say
by
with
the way.
disadvantage.
I didn't say with anything. I just said a
Okay,
deception.
cool. Yeah, with my deception, that is a 16.
Oof.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is when I remember that Doc can lie.
Lord Drinas sits there and like, crazy what some drunks say. What do you got in that book over there?
I'm gonna
think you got
pull up
rolled
the
me.
page of Tiamat. What does it say about our good old dragon lady?
Tiamat is filed away under the Pantheon. She is the third entry. Pretty high up there. It's Cogdios, then it is Bahamut, and then it is Tiamat. Tiamat and Bahamut are on like opposite pages. You get the sense that they're kind of read as a unit, basically. And Tiamat is the mother of dragons, the evil queen of chaotic energy.
Huh.
And it talks about how she and Bahamut in some legends are siblings, in others they are lovers, in some they are rivals, and in some they are two halves of the same being, but always they are opposite sides of the same coin, of one of them being all about order and peace and the other always being about chaos and change.
I'll just sort of summarize that as I'm reading, as he asks what I've got in the book.
Bahamut is prayed to by many and beloved, and Tiamat is prayed to by many who are less than savory, and she is typically considered basically like one of the worst possible gods you can pray to. Like, she is, if you are praying to Tiamat, it means you want to watch the world burn.
Okay. Huh. Well. Doesn't seem very likable.
No, evil, quite. Dealt with some followers of Tiamat in my time, my younger years. They were, not good people. And a dragon, too, one time. Had a green dragon. That was quite a go of it.
Wow.
I think I still got a jawbone mounted up inside somewhere. It might be in storage, actually.
Of the dragon?
Yeah. Yeah, no, killed it dead.
I see.
Just like over Drinas' shoulder, near him at the table, Lorelai is just like just really like hardcore, like, I don't know what to do here.
So beyond rumors, there's something much more tangible that I feel like we should discuss. the coronation in the next few days.
Ah, yeah. Coronation. It'll be a great time. I'm sorry, but I'll have to, as much as I enjoy having you all here, I'll have to ask you to leave beforehand because I have to head down to Fort Don for it.
Of course. We understand.
Being not only a lord, but one of the lords on Eubuea's council, have to show up regardless of my personal opinions.
And as a lord, but also as a friend, like Doc kind of like half bluffs. He's like,
All right, that's a little presumptuous of you, but I like you. We'll see where it goes.
would you happen to know if there's something we could do to prevent a shitty king from becoming king?
Preventing Kordak? Well, I mean, council right now is split 50-50, even with me off to the side, since Matthias isn't around anymore to have any kind of input, and Kordak's up, so unless another lord also votes, no. You'd also have to have someone to take his place, and I mean, to be fair, after what he did to Matthias, I'm not sure any of us really want to fight him. I'm willing, but I think I can do better for my people by just being a lord here. Kordak, don't get me wrong. I think he's an ass. I think he's a politician blue blood through and through who speaks out of one mouth and gives orders out the other. But he does want what's right by the people of Eubuea. I don't think he's going to turn into some kind of tyrant and pass an unreliable's laws, sail us all down the river. I think he's going to start mining the mountains of Ravenloft, and I think he's going to move into a castle and be some hoity-toity rich type there instead of in Ravenperch.
You don't think he would turn into a tyrant
No.
after he blackmailed you into voting
No,
for
don't get me
him?
wrong. He blackmailed me. I think he's a piece of shit. However, like I said, I think he's just a politician, not a tyrant. I don't think he's got the balls to be a tyrant.
What if we told you you were not the first lord we helped?
Am I to presume you helped another lord with the intent of also swaying them to the side of not allowing Kordak to become king?
The exact phrasing that was used was more along the lines of, may we call a favor?
It's going to depend on which lord, because for some of them, a favor means they might pay you a gold, and for others, it means they might die for you.
Valorfall.
Palos?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, fuck it. No, Palos is pretty all right.
He's chill like that.
Yo, you got it good with Palos? Yo, I didn't know you were chill like that. Come here, my boy Doc. Sorry. Such a dumb bit. Keep doing it.
Everyone in this universe is now a fuckboy.
And
That's how Dolus actually made his initial pact. It was, yo, Kyle,
Ray's out.
I
Ray's
didn't
like,
feel
no.
like that.
Ray's like, yeah, if that is the life we are living, Lotus dies next combat. That's the face Ray's making. No, he's just like, all right, yeah, Palos is all right. If you got Palos on your side, well, I mean, the issue is still, if you're asking me to fight him, don't get me wrong. After what he did, I certainly don't want him to be fucking king, but I have
The family.
15,000 people in this county to worry about.
Trust me, Lord Drinas. As much as I know that you would be able to take him down, we have our own candidate in mind.
Please tell me it's not Twink.
It's not
It's
Twink.
absolutely.
I know
not
he's got the
Twink.
deed and all, and he seems really
Respectfully,
into it.
I wouldn't want Twink to be king.
Neither would I.
I
This
Might
is-
pick
just
him over-
ask.
I might pick him over Kordak.
That's
we just
fair.
ask that you trust us and wait for the coronation.
And if the opportunity arises, if we could maybe count on your seat's vote for a trial.
I won't say anything neither here nor there, as saying something here nor there would definitely be treasonous, and I have all sorts of things to worry about besides treason. But if a candidate opposing Kordak that I supported politically showed up and wanted to challenge him, I wouldn't be against making a vote.
Then we would
Thank you.
be neither honored nor dishonored by
You don't
your
gotta say anything.
non-agreement.
We can just end that one there.
Okay,
boy.
cool.
Thank you, Lord Drinas.
Don't thank me yet. You can thank me once somebody else gets put up there as king.
Well, then, thank you for your hospitality.
I want to poke my
After
head in.
that's, oh yeah, just poke
Eggle.
your head in.
Come here,
What?
let's play.
What? No, you want to
Let's
what?
play.
With the frog?
Mhm.
Oh my god! And Lorelai's just like, come on, surely you could do with some exercise.
Let's play. Let's play.
Okay. And Eggle just gets up and heads out. Joins you to throw a ball.
Doc kind of has a moment of just like, hopefully Rose and Arthur are doing well. As by the way, I haven't, because they're not here, right?
They are. They're staying inside. She's resting a bit. Might come out for some food here in a bit, but you know, bit of an arduous thing.
Of course.
No, don't get me wrong. I don't think Kordak would become a tyrant in the sense that once he gets the throne, I do think that's all he wants. I don't think he wants ultimate power or to be God or some bullshit. I think he's just some rich asshole who got too in over his head and hired a couple of mercenaries. Don't get me wrong, I'd still fucking kill him if you gave me the chance, but I have an image to uphold and no concrete evidence as of yet.
Right.
Should have really asked you to stop and get some evidence. Actually, you know, maybe I could have you all go back and get some evidence from that place they were holding Rose.
Trying to think if
Well.
we stole anything.
No, but we did burn it down.
Oh. All right, well, that's, you know, nothing has changed, so I won't be upset.
You don't think it's strange though that Kordak was able to beat a walking tank like Matthias?
Oh, no, I think it's absolutely strange. I think he learned some cursed fucking magic or found some weird evil artifact. It's another reason why I don't want to be the one to fight him when I have children and people I'm trying to protect.
Right.
Maybe he discovered some cursed magic, or maybe it was given to him.
That is also potentially true.
And again, you know, we aren't saying anything concrete, because saying anything like that would be treasonous. But just, you know.
Hypothetically, if he was given some sort of magic.
Right, and you mentioned before that he probably does not have intentions of dominating the world or doing anything of the sort, but hypothetically, maybe whoever would have possibly given him something like that believes that putting Kordak in charge could help them achieve that goal. Hypothetically.
Matthias was stubborn and headstrong. We didn't always agree, but I always respected him. The main thing I always knew about Matthias was the fact that if he put his mind to something, nothing was going to change. Which means if someone wanted something from him, knew he wouldn't give it, don't think it would be too out of the realm of possibility that would try and get someone else to give it to him. Which would explain a lot of things.
Just some hypotheticals to think about in your spare time leading up to the coronation.
Certainly have a lot on my mind. And like right as he's saying that, there's like a rattle as the back door opens again, and out steps Rose.
Oh,
A
hi.
very nice dress. Arthur behind her. Arthur's doing the whole like, no, be careful, just make sure you're careful. And she's like, get up, leave me alone, I'm fine. Thanks to these people, hello.
Hello.
I didn't say much to any of you before. Hi.
Hi.
I'll
Rose?
tell Hush in his head. Rose is here to thank us. You guys come leave the frog, please.
Meanwhile, we'll do a quick meanwhile with the children. Is there anything you wanted to do while you were playing ball and dragging Eggled out to it, or were you just playing ball?
I just
We
wanted
take him out to
play
the field
ball.
and kick the shit out of Eggle.
Eggled comes out to join
They just
you. and
fucking
he's-
jump Eggled.
I love the image. Okay, I know I keep doing this episode, but I love the imagery of you all doing something on the porch, and in like the back, like the camera background through the doorway or window, you just see Eggled like, "Hey, we know what are you doing? What are you?" And like just gets stomped on like the JoJo meme.
Fucking
Moving
frog
on.
comes out. As soon
Yeah,
as Lotus like pulls Eggle just like a ball, it's like throws it at Eggle.
Eggled catches it just fine.
Now throw it at Petrie. Petrie, you have to catch it.
So you guys
Petrie.
just played ball for a bit, and then yeah, after like 10 minutes of playing ball with Petrie's very unenthused tosses,
You have to throw it harder.
eventually, yeah, Duelist calls you, hush, asks you to leave the frog.
You want me to leave the frog?
Yeah, did you catch the message I asked?
I'm sorry, I was zoning out. My apologies.
Very good. So I talked to you in your head. I said, Rose is here to thank us. You,
Oh.
Lotus Eggled, come back. Leave the frog, please.
But he saved her too.
Well, she will be scared of it. Please.
But he
Please.
helped.
Please. Please. Please.
Okay. And first, before I tell Lotus and Eggold, I'm like, Petrie, you can't come in, but the lady you saved is inside, and she says thank you.
I didn't do it for her. I did it for you, friend. And to eat that head.
Stop it.
That was good.
Oh, you did eat. Oh, you meant the guy. Oh, you meant the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did eat. I thought you meant my head. Oh,
No.
Okay.
I
Okay,
love his
yeah.
look. Yeah.
Would you like me to?
No, don't eat. Don't, no. Okay. You stay out here with the ball. Don't eat it. I will blow you up. Lotus, Eggold,
Yes?
Rose is inside, and she wants to say thank you to everybody.
Oh, thank God. Eggle just turns and like walks away.
Zoom, zoom.
Tosses the ball like back at you over your shoulder.
I'm in the doorway. Hello.
Lotus just hello.
Hobbles in with a ball in his hand.
Well, hello everybody. It's good to see you all.
I'm glad you're okay.
Oh yes, she's just like she is pretty with child. She's pretty endowed. Like her stomach.
She's very pregnant.
round. She's very pregnant.
Very pregnant.
We're not talking like 9 months she could pop at any moment, but like she's definitely to the point that like existence is getting uncomfortable.
Okay,
Oh,
question.
dude, Twink pushed her
Mhm.
over.
Aircrackers lay eggs, right?
I hate that you had to ask this question live. Not live, but you know what I mean. I'll be
I
honest with you.
vaguely remember.
regardless of what
talking-
happens, they would
But
get.
this is
would get
very
married.
important for what I'm going to say. next.
Aerocopter lay eggs, and the eggs usually take 8 to 9 months to hatch.
Okay. So. It's just like. Oh, this.
Uh-huh.
I gotta walk over and just. Did she eat her baby?
Lean back in. I'll explain it to you in a second. Just please never say that again.
And this is why you give her the book.
She did read a whole book on sexual intercourse
Yeah,
for the purposes of reproduction.
it's true.
Yeah, but she has a minus intelligence.
That's true.
And also,
I
don't know
forgot.
the biology books, do they talk about like pregnancy or do they just.
I mean,
Whatever,
if
it
they
is
talked about
besides the point.
sexual intercourse, I would hope so in the biology textbook.
Anyway,
Lotus has a high school education of sex ed.
yeah, but it's an American sex ed education.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah. Rose takes a seat, like she's helped by Arthur, who sits next to her. More food is brought out. Guys, this has been the best day for you guys with food. It's so much good food. You are all so full and happy.
is this another feast? Do we get more temp HP?
You specifically, since you have lost temp HP, can reset it to 5. Yeah. Like everybody else, I'm pretty sure still has their 5 temp
Yeah.
HP.
Yep.
I'm glad you're okay.
I'm doing quite all right, especially thanks to all of you.
You know,
Arthur told me you're the finest.
Yep.
And then he told me that wasn't just a nice thing he was saying about you.
No, that's our name.
Yep.
Wonderful. There was another one with you.
Oh, he's busy.
Points outside.
Oh!
Where are you pointing?
She like, yes.
No. Hush.
Oh no, he was. He was there. Does he talk? Should I thank him too? I'm sorry. He just looks a little scary. I didn't mean to.
Points. Can I talk? Can you ask her if I could talk to her? I don't want to scare her.
Who are you saying this to?
To Lotus.
Oh, he talks into people's head. Is it okay if he talks into your head?
Oh sure.
Okay.
That's Petrie.
Petrie. All right. What is Petrie? I've never seen someone like him before.
Slad.
Slad. Where's he from?
I summoned him and he helped to get you out.
Oh, he's a summon. Oh, okay. That makes a heck of a lot more sense. All right.
He's not let inside, he was. Dolos told me not to bring him in, but he's. I told him you said thank you.
Oh, I'm glad. Dad, are you not letting the nice frog fella in? And Drinas is like, oh no, you don't want him in here. No. And she's like, oh, is he not a gentleman?
He's nice.
He's nice.
Very
He's nice to point out to him like with a steak in his mouth, just like.
He's nice.
All right. Where are you folk going after this? You got sort of like a home base sort of place y'all go to? A
We have
guild
ship.
hall or something?
Hey, we have a ship.
A ship? Oh, that's right. You're Admiral Lorelei, aren't you? She like turns the other way, and Lorelei also again so stereotypical at this point. Like through a drink, it's just like, yeah. Hi, I'm Lorelei. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Finest of the finest.
Yes, the admiral of the finest. Finest couldn't go anywhere without their finest admiral.
kind of like that. The finest admiral. Like, no, please.
Actually, where are we going next?
The coronation.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're all going to the coronation? Did you get invited too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you see Lord Kordak, you give him a swift kick in the nads for me, please.
Oh, trust me.
Okay.
I was given permission. I can do the super secret move.
Not at the coronation.
Okay.
I was frightened for my life down there, and when I found out it was Lord Kordak who done it, I was shocked. He was always so nice at like balls and galas that we'd gone to, so I never thought he would stoop to something so low.
Well, in the words of the late king, he tried cool every year. So I kind of figured he was a dick from the get-go.
Yeah, no, the Von Hillian family have always been kind of assholes. Kordak was sort of the better one of the bunch. His brothers are all in prison now, so you can imagine.
Did
Oh,
they
he has
hurt you
brothers.
at all?
No, I was mostly just locked down there and threatened plenty. I had some strange fellas who watched over me, those wizard fellows they were elves, I think, from the Westwood. Some sort of mercenary fellas.
From the Westwood?
It seemed like they had the armor on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those are the ones that blew us up.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
You didn't hear it? You were in
I
the other
heard
room.
plenty.
They blew us up and set us on fire. And they stabbed him a lot.
Are you all right?
Yeah, and walk it off. It's just like
Yeah,
She's like, well, I'm glad that all of you were all right, that everything went according to plan, and that I got to come home.
I point out Arthur, he had a big weapon.
And he's like, yeah, I'll dabble in some great sword and great axe use.
So
Like,
cool.
oh, you dabble, huh?
I didn't get to see you in action because I kind of swooped down and then, but it was so big, it was so cool.
Thank you. I, trying to. Lord Drinas is like, he took very close inspiration by our good Lord Matthias. And Arthur's like, well, yeah, I mean, growing up, Matthias was not that much older than I, and I thought, who better to style myself after than the king himself?
Oh,
And what of you, Lord Drinas? What's your sort of fighting style?
I prefer to use the rapier, personally. Not saying I haven't dabbled in great swords, as my son so obnoxiously put it. I'll be honest with you, boy. He's like, all right, we don't have to keep roasting me at the table.
yeah, you do. It's a Southern family gathering right here.
It's a Northern family gathering, actually.
It's a hooey.
The accents are
family
swapped. Yeah, he's just, I've got my fair share of experience with a bit of everything, but yes, rapier is my preferred favorite. Yeah, I play around with a bit of magic here and there, but wasn't exactly my forte.
cool.
I can do the basics. He does like the fucking
The presto.
he does the presto sparkles.
No! Ah,
Goodbye.
he made me disappear! He made me
I can do the
disappear!
basic- I can do the
He
basics.
casts
Greater
darkness.
invisibility.
Banishment.
Ducks from this plane. He's gonna.
Power kill.
I still survived that.
Right. Yeah, no. Makes sense.
I've had my fair share of duels when I was younger. Like, I mean, the dragon incident. It's a personal favorite. Took out one of its eyes with a well-timed slice.
Ugh.
You killed a dragon?
I did. With some help. I had a party at the time. Most of them aren't with us anymore. Humans and a halfling, gnome.
Oh, it's kind of like what you did with the sea serpent so long ago.
What?
You
fought a
stabbed her in
sea
the
serpent.
eye. Yeah,
That's something I never done.
Oh,
they're big, super long. Dolus had. He like stood on its face and then stabbed it in its eye.
Woo!
Dolus
so
like
cool.
looks away. He's like, no, it was no. That's
He's
Well,
so
it's like
cool.
leans forward and she's like, Daddy would never do that. He's horrified of the ocean. He's like, don't go telling him what I'm scared of.
Is it
I
hard
may
to kill a
have
dragon?
chosen to settle locally for reasons, meaning maybe I just didn't want to go on a boat because I get seasick. Man, it doesn't mean I'm scared.
I saw a
Are
really
you
big
scared?
fish. I would be afraid as well.
All right, I'm scared. The ocean's scary. All right,
yeah, no, it's
it's deep, dark. We don't know what's at the bottom.
very much so. I mean,
There are sea serpents. He like points at
exactly.
Dolphins. It's like
Yes, no, it was terrifying when we swam along the bottom of the seafloor into
Yeah.
that temple.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there are some of those motherfuckers down there. He points out at the slide.
And then, oh yeah, I was gonna tell you about the time with the basilisk.
Right. And so,
Yeah, I told him
the
about the
rest
story
of the
basilisk.
afternoon is spent eating and regaling stories. Rose is very happy to be home. You get the sense from talking to the entire Drinas family that, like, as I had said, as Lord Drinas himself had pointed out specifically, they're all have the same sort of consensus of Kordak. None of them would have expected Kordak to do any of this.
Mm.
Like, it is way outside his wheelhouse. Like, he's always been a jerk, and he's always done like legal loopholes and stuff to get around things. He has never done big political moves like blackmail or libel or slander. Even he doesn't even usually like lie about things. He usually just finds workarounds that technically aren't like illegal.
Kordak, this isn't you.
So that is definitely something that sticks out in the conversation. But also at one point, Rose, when she's talking about her captivity and it gets brought up, she mentions other people would show up to check in on her for that sort of like week and a half that she was taken. People who were not from the Westwood, who were definitely not from Eubuea either at a glance. She could tell because they weren't horrifically pale as people from Eubuea are. One, so if you ask specifically, she would have told you, hang on, I have notes that I should have already been on the page for when I started doing this explanation.
Okay, it happens.
I'm sorry. This is me not being as prepared as I should. Where the fuck is it? There we go. There was a few humans, and there was one specific half-elf who always stuck out to her because he wore like these really dramatic black armors and robes. And olive skinned, he was definitely like a wood elf is her guess. Like it was probably what was in him. He seemed to be the one managing things directly, and she's like,
And she mentioned, she's like, he was kind of twitchy though. I think someone was talking to him magically while he was there, because he would always stop so he could have little conversations, like magically, with someone who wasn't in the house with us. So he must have been coordinating the whole thing.
I'm assuming that doesn't ping anything for us.
It does not.
Okay.
That description doesn't specifically match anything in any of your guys' heads.
I know it doesn't ping anything, but Doc is going to ask, did he seem to have any druidic abilities or anything along those lines?
Druidic abilities? I didn't see him do any sorts of The only person I saw do any kind of magic was that wizard who grabbed me right when y'all were saving me. They didn't really stay in the room with me too much. They kind of just left me in there until they came to check on me or give me things.
Right.
So, you know, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you more.
That's okay. Honestly, something is better than nothing.
Means we know who to look out for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He and the person he was talking to didn't seem to get along, though. They were always arguing.
Oh.
Something about stepping out of his bounds, or doing stuff that they both didn't want the other one to be doing.
Yeah. Okay. Got an idea?
Yeah. Hell, the mercenaries, though, they jumped me in the middle of the night. If I wasn't pregnant, whew, they'd have had a rough time. But I got my sweet little babe to think about.
Do you know when they'll arrive?
Few months here now, still probably. Between you and me, I kind of hope it comes a little shorter than that, because as much as I love them, I don't like being pregnant.
Oh.
Why?
Oh.
It's uncomfortable for a lady.
Oh.
You ever eat too much and you get your belly gets all bloated and you feel uncomfortable walking around and it's a little hard to breathe? That's the baseline of my existence.
As soon as she says that, I lean in. No, again, no, she did not eat her child.
Yeah, that's kind of just the baseline of my existence.
just,
I just wake up feeling like that. It's all downhill from there.
So it just gets worse from there?
Oh, yeah. My ankles swell up, and I get angry sometimes. Oh, my gosh, I get angry, and Archer's just, like, nodding next to her. She's like, and I get the strangest cravings.
Well, I was just looking at doors like, what?
You're telling me she hasn't eaten her baby? I have like 3 things that tell me otherwise.
She's like, yeah, but I just hope that when the baby comes along that they grow up happy and healthy and that I don't ever have to do this again. Archer's like, look, I've told you before. I think 3 is the right number. And she's like, you don't have to have them.
You have to have them.
Then you guys
Love
just
them.
full chit chat.
Eventually, the frog would vanish.
Oh yeah, at some point, randomly, while you're all sitting there eating, like in the background, Petrie is just like holding up the ball and looking at it, and is just like, rough, and just gone, like just gets sucked through a hole in the ground and vanishes.
There it goes.
Bye, Petrie.
The ball is just like ding, 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 ding on the ground.
It'll just float back over to me.
I'll as like we're finishing up like chatting and like eating and stuff, I'll lean in to Lotus, and hey, how are you feeling?
Tired?
Tired. Right. Well, one moment, and I'll take off my ring, and I'll set it down on the table in front of Alina, and I'll just be like, "Could you watch this for a moment?"
Yeah, of course.
Well, I'll stand up and just thank you for the food. I just needed to talk to my sister about something for a moment, if you'll excuse us.
Certainly.
I'll get up and walk out, and like as soon as we round a corner that is like out of vision, I'll grab Lotus and whoop into the ring.
Okay. So like, just Alina with the ring there, like, all right, I'm holding on to this. You like walk around the corner, all of a sudden, just she's like, oh. The ring like rattles in her hands. She just puts it on, like, hey. Doc, like right next to you, Alina just ran. Like from your perspective, Alina was just holding the ring and then just went like.
I've seen Dolus
Put it
do
on.
it enough times. I can probably piece together what just happened.
Oh yeah, it's just really funny out of context.
Yeah, Doc's just sitting there. He's like, so
Lemon bars.
absolutely.
Meanwhile, in the ring, out loud you hear lemon bars.
Dolus in the ring falls to his knees. No. The fucking
I
Darth
wanted
Vader.
lemon bars. Why?
So, woof in, and I just okay. Start stretching.
So much good
Just-
food today.
Yeah, and we've done a lot. We've had a lot of troubling times and tiring times and a lot of good times now as well. And, you know, I just, while we're all relaxing, I figured I'd give you a moment to relax as well. Like, actually relax. You know, you can drop the voice and everything.
Oh. Oh yeah. It's sort of become a habit now, so it just kind of happens.
Right. No, I was questioning. I was thinking about it. Like, why still do it? What's the reason? Like, I get that it's a habit, but
Well, so remember when we were back in the elemental plane and people would, you know, kick me down, try and cut my feathers off
yeah.
and stuff? Well, if I were significantly weaker and didn't put up much of a fight and was like, then, you know, the things that they did would be less of a challenge and, well, it was to protect myself, basically, in a roundabout way. If I was weak, then they wouldn't pick on me as much because then it wouldn't be fun,
Right.
you know.
I get what you mean. You know, you changed your voice to benefit your situation.
Mm-hmm. You know, it
But
kind
why
of.
still do it?
It's one of those, like, I started with it, and now I kind of have to continue with it, or else.
You don't have to continue with it. Why would you have to continue with it?
Because then people would be like, oh, you were faking your voice. Why? We hate you now.
What? That's a bit of an overreaction, I think.
And, you know, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
you could come up with an explanation as to why. I've got it. Listen. Tomorrow, after you wake up, try phasing out the higher pitched voice. And if anyone asks, just tell them you're going through puberty.
Gaslight, gatekeep, bird boss.
Oh,
I read about that. Will that actually work?
I mean, who's going to question you? You are at that age. Past it, even, but
Yeah, I guess so. Would it be too sudden? Do I like slowly transition back into?
no, just drop it.
Or
I promise you, even if people see through your incredibly clever ruse, I must say, no one's going to hate you. But most people won't care. I guarantee you, most people will not care. Because regardless of how high pitched your voice is, you're still you.
yeah, because I started it, I'm so used to it now. I talked to Eggold about it.
You're still doing it right now.
I talked to Eggold about it, and yeah, he was like, "Why do you keep doing the voice? You don't have to." And I was like, "It's a habit." And he's like, "So break it." And I'm like, "It's not that easy. Do you want a lemon bar?" I kind of stole it.
How did you steal? They didn't even bring them out. Where did you steal? That you didn't.
How?
They didn't
It's
make
from yesterday.
you
Oh!
have it in your pack from yesterday.
I take the lemon bar.
It is a solid lemon bar.
Has like a little bit of like a hair or lint on it.
There's
Just like-
definitely lint on it. It's Lotus's pocket. There's probably some bird seed left over from tombs.
Yeah, and I like turn, and as I turn, I'm gonna make the lemon bar disappear, and then create a fresh one in my hand, and then I turn back around and sit down and start eating it. So okay.
Uh-oh.
Lotus, make a perception check.
Oh, okay.
15.
Want me to
Dolus,
roll
make a sleight of hand check.
God.
I'm like, you're right in front of each other.
But I turned fully 180 around.
I know, but her
It's a
passive perception is
tiny little thing,
23.
Okay, that's a 19. 17
Okay.
plus 2.
Yeah, no, you manage it just fine.
Okay. Take a bite of it. I have an idea, alright?
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and help you break out of this habit.
Mm-hmm.
So, here. Come sit right across from me. We'll start this conversation. You speak
Okay.
naturally. And then,
Okay.
when I hold my hand up, I want you to begin speaking in your higher pitched voice.
Okay.
Alright. So, Lotus, how did you sleep last night?
I slept pretty well. Didn't have any dreams.
How
just
comfortable were the beds?
are we talking in this theory? Are
Just
we-
answer the. It doesn't matter.
So, this goes on for
Wait, no,
how
hold on.
long?
There's a thing. There's a
Oh,
point.
there's
to
a
this.
there's a specific point to this. Okay,
Yes.
I thought we were just doing the exercise.
No, it's when I hold my hand up, she's going to begin speaking in the higher pitched voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the beds were pretty comfortable.
Lick her on the
Yes.
forehead. Every time I hear you begin to raise your voice, I'm going to flick you on the forehead like that.
Howie. Okay.
You had me not skip ahead so you could Pavlov your sister.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's well worth it.
Okay,
Cool.
okay. I will not go up. I will stay down.
Right. I mean, you can, after we leave the ring, you can whatnot. But tomorrow morning,
Mm-hmm,
when you wake up,
mm-hmm.
I'll remind you.
I have to do it in my head as well because I talk in that voice with Hush.
You talk with a higher pitched voice in your head.
Uh-huh. With Hush
So
because
your
Hush-
normal voice isn't even your inner monologue?
No, it is. But then when I talk to Hush, it's specifically,
That is so specific.
I just have to make sure
Make sure what?
that, if I'm doing it out in verbally, then I have to do it in my head too because that's what Hush hears.
Why would you need to do it in your head? Because Hush is what?
Long distance when he's far away.
Well, no, okay.
So, how long are you guys gonna hang out in the ring after this?
So for a bit, a while.
Okay. The lemon bars are brought out for those of you still chilling on the patio. Everybody just gets to vibe, enjoy lemon bars.
At a point, I would connect to Doc. Really.
I'm sorry that I got really upset back then.
No, kid, don't worry. By the time I was a bounty hunter, the Unreliables Law was still in its infancy. So, it kind of sucks. You go out to do good in the world, you get kicked out of your home for doing good because you fucked up, and then you go to try and do good in the rest of the world, and you're told to kill people for being different. So I was just about like you. Hick had to punch me in the nose to bring me down.
They made their own fear and their own problems.
Yep.
We were in fear. We lived in it and we didn't like it. How would they make it for themselves?
Some people do it by accident. I made my own problem. I could have just been a guard.
But
Had to
that's
go
not
and play
making
hero.
fear. You can't make fear on accident.
You can. But in this case, knowing what we know, I would say you might be right. And the entire time, Doc is just kind of like lounging, like kind of just listening to everybody talk so that he doesn't seem to set anybody off with like the full-blown conversation. He's yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I get you.
And so he's just like, knowing what we know, the Unreliables Law was probably not by accident. It was potentially a lot like what's going on with Kordak.
It's a bad situation. And there's a lot of lies going around. Right?
And there's no way to know if there's somebody else pulling the strings. It's too high up.
That's stupid.
The way that things have gone between what happened in Westwood, I don't know what happened in Shadestep. Well, I got the gist of what happened in Shadestep. What I heard happened in Shadestep, and then what's happening here. It feels like one big power play.
Someone should teach them fear. They can't play with it. They can't make it. They can't put it on others who don't deserve it. That's not okay. But teaching them fear fix this?
I don't know. We don't even really know what we're fighting. We know that it wears some of our friends' faces. And we know that...
The Starloss, right?
Yeah. But then there's the question of Martin and his little list of hunts.
That's the
Holdmaster.
oh, with Holdmaster. That's what it was called.
Right. And then there's Drayden. And all these things together, I mean, they could be unconnected, but let's be honest with ourselves here, Hush. Everything's a little more connected than it looks most of the time.
This...
It can't be coincidence, is what I'm saying.
You can hear what Hickory hears,
Yeah?
right? You know I'm not from here.
Uh-huh.
This world is not what I remember it, but I thought I lived in something that was terrifying. The world hasn't changed since then. Or at least it doesn't seem like it is.
Hush, you are still a kid at the end of the day, but I respect you. So when I say this, no, I do not mean to scare you. Sometimes evil just picks a new face.
I understand that, actually. That's scary, but you're right. I thought things would be a little bit different. I thought that people would be able to deal with things different when I came out.
They are. They're just not dealing with it better. I mean, hell, I grew up with Aldrich on my shoulder, and Doc kind of like leans over at Aldrich to kind of be like, tap him in. Tap him in. You're muted.
You're muted, Gray.
Aldrich is currently like having a conversation with Lord Drinas about some archfey that you have spaced out the conversation because you're having a conversation in your brain. But Aldrich is actively talking to the rest of the
If he's
table.
actively talking, then he's not going to like lean over and it's just, Aldrich's been around a long time. All my ancestors were warriors to a degree, and I've heard stories of things, nothing to this degree by any means, in all honesty. A lot of them were just mercenaries or bounty hunters like me, or some of them were even just guards. But he's been around a long time. And in a weird way, especially weird given my circumstances, history doesn't quite seem to repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. They'll pick new words, they'll pick new leaders, they'll pick new ways to do it. But unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody who wants to teach fear, because fear is powerful.
Man is weak.
Hope is
That's what
stronger.
he said. He didn't say that. Man is weak.
Agrihill.
Man is weak. dragons are greedy. Monsters are everywhere.
For once, I agree with him. However, my dad told me something similar. But there's a reason I still wear the Ice Home badge on my shoulder despite the fact that I don't belong there anymore. That's because of what they stood for. The Knights were meant to be a light in the dark. They were meant to bring hope and faith and power versus the evil in the world. And don't get me wrong, Iceholm was isolated. No pun intended, but...
Isolated.
There were still bad people.
Is the world gonna get better? Or is this
Fully
just gonna
better?
keep happening? Fully better.
I don't think so. If I'm honest with you, Hush. The world will never be perfect. But that's why the Knights existed. That's why we exist. It's why we do what we do. Because even if it's just for a lord and his son and daughter-in-law, or for our friends, we're meant to bring them hope. We're meant to make life a little better in whatever little way we can. So the world won't ever be perfect, but we can leave it better than when we're born.
I wish she was here to teach them fear, so they would know.
Oh, Hush.
They don't know.
They don't
They're making
know.
this world worse. We should make it better. I think if they learned, they would stop, or at least things would get a little bit better.
Fighting fire with fire burns the whole world down. Hush. We don't need to teach our enemies fear. That's how I ended up with 2 holes in my chest. Because I went around showboating and thought if a big bad knight showed up, that it would all go away.
But didn't Lord Drinas say that things happen for a reason, and even if they're bad, they can lead to something good? What if fighting fire with fire is just another way for that to happen?
The point is, if you use fear as the driving factor, you run the risk of catching other people in the crossfire.
You make a good point.
We can teach them fear without making everyone fear us. Because all we have to do is fight back. Not with torture or a deep, scary voice, because I know what you said to Hick. I heard it too. It scared the shit out of me.
Oh. Oh, you heard that?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
A word?
A word?
I didn't know you were chill like that.
32 intimidation.
Yeah, no, anyway. He goes, we don't have to scare everything that gets in our way. We just have to move
really
it.
help. It really, really, really helped with the bounty hunting.
I'm sure.
You weren't you? No, it was Hick. That was Hick. You weren't there.
Hush. My point is, it doesn't mean that you have to go about the right methods. It doesn't mean that we don't have to kill things.
But that's what we did. Totally did that though.
That's why I'm saying it doesn't mean we don't have to. It's a double negative.
yeah.
We can and we will.
Doesn't mean we don't have to. Okay. Doesn't mean we don't. Okay. So it's okay to still kill things and teach fear, just not do it to everybody.
Exactly. We do not want to be feared. Because if we are feared as a whole, what's the difference between us and them?
A lot, but we did it in resurgence to them. Well, yeah, because then you make a good point, actually.
Don't think too hard on it, okay? It's gonna be a very hard few days, but for now, be a fucking kid. Alright, have fun. Talk with these super nice people. I know you were just out playing. I'm saying, go back to that for a little bit. Because you don't know when you won't get to do that anymore.
You and him talk really different. And I think he would disagree with you. But I'm learning that maybe not everything he told me was the way I should go about it.
Maybe. The world is not black and white, Hush. There's room for gray.
Speaking of playing.
Ball! Doc has had his eyes closed the entire time.
That is.
Yeah, so if your eyes been closed the whole time, you're just taking a ball to the face.
Yeah, so Doc kind of like half leaning back in his chair, gets hit in the face with the ball, and just goes all the way back. Like, just
He hits it with the fucking dodgeball noise.
Everybody's out here like having a little chat. Aldrich is talking and everything, and then just hush in your mind, ball, and then Aldrich in your mind just ball. Aldrich jumps off your shoulder just in time for it to nail you in the face. You go all the way back, and everyone at the table is just like, "Oh!" as you fall on the floor.
You're out.
In the ring, after like 20 minutes of practice, you guys just hear, "Thum." Ah!
There's a
"Oh,
moment.
all
Where
right."
There's the crash. There's the crash, and then it's Doc going, ah. He's like, oh, you'll be fine. He's starting.
Is everything okay up there? Oh, it's Doc.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Did something happen between you and Alina?
The Kill Bill siren going off in Dolus' head immediately. Just boom, boom.
This isn't Dolus waiting. This is me formulating a response. But what do you mean?
How do I
Well-
gaslight my sister into not asking this question again?
Well, I mean, this morning you guys kept like looking at each other all weird. And then, like, you know, she came over and sat next to you.
Right.
not something she often did without freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, 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 we had a conversation last night, and I don't think that she hates me anymore.
Oh,
And so that's just sort of cleared up a lot of the confusion and the anxiety between us.
okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, other things to talk about.
You guys were really weird this morning. Just like super weird. I'm just like I'm sorry, like it was so like she came out of her room, and then you looked up, and you guys like clearly saw each other, and you know,
Where is she? I mean, she's not invisible. Obviously, I clearly saw her.
but it was like it was so. It was like, how do I say? Something clearly happened that you guys are like. Embarrassed? That's not the right word. It was just
Definitely
weird.
not the right word.
Okay,
Absolutely
it was just
not the right word.
it was just weird, Dolus.
I think, you have been blessed with these great eyes of yours, and you can see very far, and you can pick up on a lot of small details. And, sometimes you pick up on too much information, and I think maybe you're seeing things that aren't there.
We're just gonna sit there for a little bit.
It's just everything's fine. Everything's like I said, everything's cleared up between us.
You know she likes you, right?
Lotus betraying the girls' night code. Why do you say that?
While I was like, she wants to bang your brother. And like, I'm assuming that means like not like bang, but like bang.
Like you say that, like Lorelai said that, whatever, and then just Dolus' stomach drops. He's like, she did. Oh. Well,
And then
No,
Lorelai was also like, "You sly dog, you like birds."
no, I do know. She told me. Well, I told her.
That you are.
What? I told her that I, you know,
Told her the thing that you
you know,
told
yeah,
me last time we
no,
talked.
yes.
Okay. Wow. That was like me trying to make sure I didn't ruffle my feathers.
What? What does that mean?
Eric Cocker version of pulling teeth.
But yeah, no, everything's fine now.
Is this where you ask her hand in marriage?
What? Why would you? No.
Listen, my only frame of reference is Raiden's notebook because, like, he was just like, I really, really like Nobelia.
Oh yeah, no, but also I
I'm
pull
gonna
out the
ask-
notebook. He went on for months like that before he said that, before he asked for her hand in marriage. And there was a specific point to not do it on a boat.
We're not on a boat.
We're about to be, but also regardless of if we're on a boat or not, it's way too soon for that.
I don't get it.
It's fine. It's just something you feel out, you know?
I just don't Dolus, I'm learning that I don't understand a lot of things. And
I
it's
know,
kind of frustrating because
Yeah,
it's like okay, I can understand me not understanding math because like that's a lot of numbers and like no. But it's like when it comes to like liking each other and like marriage and baby making and having babies, like
Oh,
are you sure Rose
well,
didn't
yes,
eat?
no, she, so, I'm surprised you didn't read about this in your books that you read.
Does she just have an
You-
egg inside of her?
No, they don't have eggs. They don't have, like, eggs like Arakokra. It's like, you know how we were in eggs for months and then we hatched out of the eggs? It's essentially like that, but if the egg was her stomach. And then she's going to hatch.
Just the most horrified look on her face.
I
But
imagine
not her
that
stomach.
she's imagining like the chest burster scene in Alien.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. Yeah.
Like,
Gonna fucking William hurt this poor woman.
Arthur wanted 3?
That's a fair response, actually. That's a fair answer.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, no, he did. He did want 3. But yeah, no, she did not eat her baby. I hope I could clear that up for you.
Is Rose going to die?
What? Why would she die?
Because eggs crack and like will her stomach.
She's not an egg.
But you said
Now you're
that-
giving me conflicting information.
now she's off her rhythm.
It's
You
just
fucked with my flow.
And it's just like a really long, foreboding,
That's like if
gleeful
the
sigh.
bees loaded.
As I pull out the fucking book that she had that she tried to steal from me, and then I took back. Specifically, what is this book, might I ask, Cryo?
This is basically just like sex ed
Okay.
in a book. Because in, this sort of high fantasy setting, public education is rare, and public education that delves into sex ed is rarer. So you'll find it in a very specific kind of book, not in school.
I open the front cover, find the table of contents, find the page I'm looking for, open it to that page, and just put the book in front of her. Just read it. And so then that happens.
There's like another wash of horrified on Lotus's face. Like,
Lotus proceeds to stare, and all the color drains out of her face as she like takes the book from Dolus and flips through the pages, revealing the horror of motherhood. Meanwhile, after the lemon
Epic.
bars, Drinas chit chat with y'all and informed you that you can stay in the guest house for the next few days until he has to leave for the coronation. So you guys can just chill on the estate for the next 2 or 3 days.
I mean,
2 or 3 days.
Lorelai's like, we ain't got anywhere else to
Yeah, I
fucking
was about to
go.
say.
I'm in.
Doc looks at Lorelai and is just like, till we hear back from Twink.
She's like, Twink could fucking die out there for all I care. I'm staying in the house.
Do they have a pool?
No.
Doc has like just a solid second to where the fact that like Hush and Lotus were like playing around a little bit and seeing like the levity and everything, he was like, I'll accept your offer on one condition, Lord Drinas.
Yep.
One fight to yield. Just for funsies.
You want to fight?
Why not? To yield.
Or... Oh, I don't know. You had a death wish. All right.
That's why I said to yield.
I assume you'll be
really
using
quick
your-
as I hear that on the outside, I just, as Lotus is like traumatized by what she's reading, just pat her on the head. Don't worry, you're not in as much pain as Doc's about to be.
I mean, Doc is just not the brightest.
Damn.
Like trying to fight against the Lord.
Anyways, continue.
It's a duel. It's
She
fine.
flips
It's
the page.
fun. He's been hearing stories about him. He wants to know. Anyway, Doc looks at him and goes, honestly, Lord Drinas, we could just use 2 of your normal swords. I'd rather lessen the chance that you
No. Use your magic sword. You're gonna need it. And he gets up and starts like dusting himself off. Lorelai's sitting there like, yeah.
I feel I've
that's
made a
not it.
mistake.
I go up and I put a hand on Doc, and just like there's like a little sparkle. As Doc, you smell like maple syrup.
Okay.
And you smell like death.
You smell like maple syrup. I don't like the smell of blood.
Doc kind of gets up, and I assume like when we like ate, like most of our weaponry or like shields and stuff were like put aside.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he goes and like picks up his shield and kind of dusts it off, gets some of the remaining crumbs of the hunt off of it.
Oh my gosh.
And he, kind of goes out to, I assume if he's an adventuring lord, he's got some sort of like battle prepped field.
No, there's just like the field out there
Okay.
for general, like where the shooting was happening and the playing
Okay.
was happening. It's all like padded down. You could totally duel on it.
Okay.
Just,
He summons the hour and like as Drinas is, I assume, going to go get his stuff.
Drinas asked a servant to go get him his stuff, so he's just stretching on like the other side as they're like
a
hanging out.
Gundam.
Yeah. Doc just kind of has a moment, and I assume I was gonna say, as usual, I feel like Aldrich kind of knows at this point that Doc is about to get his ass handed to him, so he's watching. He just kind of leans back, to
Aldrich's
and he's
sitting
like,
up on top of like the trellises where the patio is, just like watching the
My
field.
camera!
You're been dead.
He
You were
fucking
knocked out
smacked
before you
you.
even had a chance
Yeah.
to fight back.
walks around the corner, knocked out.
He's just like, this is a bad idea, wasn't it?
And back to you in your head. He's just like, yes.
But like better or worse than fighting the actual dragon?
Better. Because he's not a dragon. Also because this is, I feel like he's meeting you on an even level here. I felt like Lorelai just wanted to hurt you.
You know, that's fair. I'm pretty sure she did too.
I think she just sort of, I think it's sort of like a
Oop.
thing of hers.
Doc,
Yeah.
if it gets too bad, do you want me to turn you into a bird?
It's to yield. I'll be fine.
So, person brings out gear for him. He has this really nice studded leather armor that's like a layered, almost like scale mail, but made out of leather. As it's all getting set and kitted out, and he's doing all of his stretches, they bring him another case, like the weapon cases you saw before for the muskets, but much nicer. And it opens, and there is this elegant pair of rapiers that he takes both, and he slides them along each other, and just and everybody's kind of like watching from the patio. They've opened some like little shutters in the patio and stuff, so everyone's watching through the ivy. And Rose is just like, "Don't hurt him too bad, Daddy."
What are the rules on magic?
Magic? The stuff that doesn't tire you out. How about that?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. I was like, shit. There goes Blur.
When like everyone's getting ready, I'm gonna cast Ascending to Dolus.
Okay.
And Hush doesn't know that he went into his ring. He wasn't aware that happened. So there's ascending to Dolus. It's like, Dolus, Doc's about to fight the Lord. I don't know where you are, but you're gonna wanna be one word? Wanna see this?
Hush.
Hush. Yeah, wait, I had one more. Yeah, I had two more letters, so hush.
Hush.
I'll reply, just in my head. So I've heard. I'm inside the ring. I'm a bit preoccupied. Be sure to tell me how it goes. Have fun. Cheer loud, Dolus.
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
Did you just tell the mute kid to cheer loud?
Shit.
Whistle loud. Whistle to cheer. Shut up.
That's true. That's fair.
I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. I will. Wait, I won't.
Lord Drinas' stuff has all been brought out. He's got a little like forehead band of metal that's clearly designed to like protect his eyes and keep like glancing blows away from them.
Mm-hmm.
So he sets that on and he pulls the like little tabs down and he gets all those things adjusted and he's like, ooh, crick there. All right. So I go first. You go first. What do we want to do here?
You're the host. Figured I'd give you the choice.
After you, sir. And he's like taps swords together. You're just like, oh, feel free to let your. He gestures up at Aldrich, and he's like, let your familiar get on the fun if you want.
Aldrich.
Aldrich's sitting up there, and he's like, he has the most like really doggery kind of like look.
No,
on
it's
face, and he's
okay.
just
No,
like,
you know what?
no,
You know
well,
what?
no.
No.
But he looks at you. He looks at you, and he's like, "I am here to aid if you need, Master Dockery."
You know what, Aldrich? You deserve this one off. You did great with hunting today. So, you earned this one.
I
And
feel
Doc
like
just-
I've earned more than this one, but all right.
Love you, buddy. And he just kind of twirls his sword around his hand, and he's like, all right. Are we going to pseudo initiative this, or is this full initiative?
Let's just do full initiative, just the two of you.
All right.
I mean, you went first. Yeah, he's letting you go first, so
That is
you'll
true.
go first.
Right. All right.
Just the
Then,
two of you. So
Yeah. So, I mean, fuck it.
I'll just say you're starting 10 feet apart.
All right. Then, it's the shit that doesn't tire me out. Okay. Yeah, we'll open with Booming Blade then.
Okay.
So that is a 18 plus 8, 26.
That hits.
All right. If we're going to yield, yeah, I guess we would still use HP. In that case, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Then he is going to take the sword, of which is my D8, which is... All right, that's 12 slashing, 3 radiant, 7 thunder, and Doc steps back 10 feet. He'll take the chance on opportunity.
Oh, okay. That is going to be 22.
Yeah, that hits.
Where's my... There it is. Oh,
Booming Blade
max
is-
damage. So that is going to be 14
Okay.
piercing.
Does the hour do thunder damage?
No, but Booming Blade does on
Booming Blade.
impact.
I thought if he moved, he only took it.
After 5th level, it starts doing it on impact as well.
Oh, does it? Oh yeah, because it's a cantrip. Good shit.
So yeah, Doc takes his chances and puts enough distance to kind of let him do what he needs to. If he so chooses to do so.
He just did. He just stabbed you for 14 points of piercing
Well, I
damage.
more
I
mean
said
like,
it.
yeah, like I more mean.
Oh, for him to
It's
move
his
on
go.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So he's gonna step forward. Obviously,
Alright.
1 second. I need to see the appropriate number of certain things here. Okay, so this would be all right. So he is going to attack.
Okay, he's gonna take 6 points of thunder damage as he explodes.
Fine.
Yep.
He's gonna make 3 attacks against you.
Okay.
28, 19, and 26.
All 3.
All 3 hit.
Yep.
The first one is that's 8 points of piercing. The second is 13 points of piercing and 10 points of piercing.
So
He is
23
going
plus how much?
31.
31 total? Okay, thank you.
He's gonna spend a key point and bonus action flurry
Oh,
of
he's a
blows.
monk. Cool.
He is not a monk.
Huh?
Huh?
He is just a thing.
Oh. Right is really
NPCs don't have classes. I've said
That is
that
true.
to you
Yeah.
a million times.
Oh yeah.
Lions,
Oh, I
he's a
remember that.
thingy. He's a furball.
24 and a natural 20.
Okay, yeah, those both hit.
Both hits. So that's 4 on the first one and 8 on the second one.
Okay, 12.
So 12.
43
Hang on.
and
I'm not done yet.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god. You've already taken 43.
I've taken more than that.
Don't-
Well, yeah. This turn.
Yep.
You're gonna love this.
Uh-oh.
You die.
He says one word. You just die immediately. I just hit you with touch
No.
alone.
It was all just to bring you below 100 HP.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't do that. He is going to do. I think that's actually all he's gonna do. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all he'll do.
Doc, after just getting absolutely assailed, is just like, okay. I see where you get your reputation from.
Oh, you have seen nothing yet. Don't worry.
Fair enough. Doc is gonna immediately tap his second wind.
Okay.
Just to keep himself feeling great, feeling good, feeling fresh. Hey, I'm a big fan of getting 14 back, even though that means nothing considering how much he's dishing. And then, yeah, Doc's like, well, maybe I can show you something you haven't seen before. And Doc goes in again, this time
Gonna hit him
with
with the
Eldritch
Eldritch
Slash.
Slash?
Absolutely.
I knew it.
And that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits.
All right. Then that is going to be, there's my D8, which is 8 slashing damage. 7 radiant damage. And then I'm still at 2 beams, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And 10 force damage.
Tasty. All right. Got it.
And then Doc kind of feeling the momentum of just like, okay, like this guy clearly means business. He's going to go ahead and tap into his action surge as well and do it
Okay.
again.
Okay.
So kind of just like one feeling the like warlock energy of just like time. Everything kind of goes a little bit slower for him as that is a 19 to hit.
19 hits. 19 is the AC.
Okay. Wow. and just for a second, everything slows down and he can still kind of see the echoes of the last and just immediately pivots and goes from the other side with kind of a backhanded slash. And that is 12 on slashing.
Okay.
By the way, if Doc sees that he's starting to look like he might...
Don't
heal-
worry, you won't.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. Listen,
I-
dude,
I
I'm not
appreciate
accidentally
you.
killing a lord.
I respect that. I'm just telling you genuinely.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't worry,
So,
you won't.
12 slashing, 7 radiant,
Okay.
and 9 force.
Okay, awesome.
And then he just like for a second he's kind of winded because he hasn't like properly used Eldritch Slash that quickly in succession. So he's just like, how's that?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. He like wipes some blood off. Everybody's like watching the fight go on. And he's like, mind if I give you some pointers?
All ears.
Okay, cool. 3 attacks again.
Yep.
19, 22, 27.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 7 piercing plus 12 plus 13.
32.
He
32.
is going to... Let me double check that I have this right. Key point for Flurry of Blows.
Yep.
The first one is going to miss. The second one is a natural 20.
Mm.
You're going to take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then he is going to step away from you, move around. So You are not going to get an opportunity attack, though, as he has the benefit of disengage when he uses Flurry of Blows.
Yeah,
So he
figured.
pivots around you in a way.
Uh-huh.
And then he is going to, as he gets around you, much quicker than you expected, he's going to action surge.
Ah, great.
He's going to do it all again. First one's going to miss. 19. 20, dirty 20. Oh, first one's going to miss. Duh. So that is 11 piercing and 10 piercing.
21.
63 in total.
And then just to put it on this, already used his bonus action. Action surge just gives you back your action, not your bonus action. So yeah, he's just gonna step back away from you now. And then flourishes his blades after all of that.
Doc. Yeah, all right. Doc kind of like stands and turns around. And he's like, "Holy shit! You're fucking awesome, dude!" And Doc, realizing that he cannot take another assault like that, is just like, "I yield," and the hour disappears.
Well, all right, pretty good. 40 seconds. Come on, let's have more lemon bars. He pats you on the shoulder, which immediately elicits a sting of pain.
It's just like, yeah.
You have a good time.
Yeah, no, actually, you're... Holy shit.
You don't do what I do for a long time without getting pretty good at it.
That's what I wanted to see.
You want to know the best part?
You're not even tired.
Oh no, it's despite the fact that I can do all that, I still don't want to fight Kordak. You folk do, so... Best of luck to you. Come on, let's have some tea. Yes, Hush.
Just cast Cedric one more time.
Mhm.
Doc lost. Hush.
Daedalus just... Oh, so fast. Did you message me during the fight? Or... Dolus?
Oh, fuck it. Last spell slot. No. Hush.
And on that note...
Oh, Dolus.
Dolus. And on that note, that lovely end signature, we're going to end this session.
Awesome.
It was worth
you
it.
all next week.
It was worth it. It was
Oh,
fun.
We'll see you next week at 5 p.m. Eastern on Monday,
Or
unless
we
it's a
won't.
skip week. Unless
Yeah.
it's the first Monday of the month, in which case you'll just have to wait another week to find out what happens next. Find out what happens in a week. Find out where we go. Find out what's going on. Maybe we'll skip a few days. Maybe we'll just be at the coronation. Maybe Twink will suddenly appear in a giant mech. Who knows?
There are a lot of
I know.
maybes.
It's up to our Ko-fi if you want to get it before Monday.
That's
Yeah.
true. You can get it on Fridays as well as get access to all sorts of fun, cool stuff, including early access to high-quality art of NPCs.
Join our Discord.
Drawn by Ray Numway.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyways, goodbye.
Bye.